again for being slightly delayed from executive session. Welcome to our meeting tonight. Glad to see so many of you here. I'm sure there are many questions that we're going to be hearing from folks tonight. Dr. Spinks will go over some matters related to the survey that I'm sure are front and foremost on a lot of people's minds. Just want to thank the parents and the staff and the administration for being so flexible with us making up for all the snow that we haven't had over the past few years. Apparently we're going to make up for it in the course of the next few weeks. So we'll remain flexible, but I will hand it over to Dr. Stefankowitz for his report.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. The forecast actually got toned down a little bit over the next couple of days. So that usually means we're going to get dumped on severely. So we'll see what happens. But it's been a weather challenge over the last couple of weeks, but why not? Just add it to the list of challenges. So first off, I want to say, before I say anything, I want to just thank Sandy Abdelaziz, because Sandy, I was greeted first thing as I woke up this morning was from an email from Sandy telling me that my letter was very clear. So Sandy, thank you very much. I took that as an incredible compliment. So thank you for that. I truly appreciate it. That being said, I'm sure there's 4,000 questions, and that's okay. So yeah, the big, obviously the big issue right now that we are working with is our parent questionnaire and our plan to have our secondary students, grades 6 through 12, return to us 4 days per week. Has been launched to the public. We've received about 750 to 800 responses so far between the two schools. We need about 2,000, so get those responses in, please. And we do need to know who you are. Writing anonymous in as the first and last name does not help us. We need to know who is actually coming and who is not. We'll be sending multiple reminders over the next a couple of days. We'd like to have everybody respond by the end of the week, please. But this is a lot of thought and a lot of care and a lot of discussion. If the board remembers, our original plans called for this kind of thing to start happening last December, was when we were talking about middle school and some high school coming back. We put that on hold, obviously, because as November and December hit, it was obvious that the second wave was upon us. Right now, we're in a place when talking to the health officials, and just seeing what's happening within the state, while we are still in a high level of COVID transmissions, we do see the numbers moving in the right directions. Things are starting to come down. Hospitalizations down 30%, COVID cases down 28%, average 7-day, averages. In school transmissions in our district and across the state, very low, comparable to the overall populations. We did this with our elementary students back in October, November, and we continue to see, very low transmissions within school. So we feel that we can bring our secondary kids back and do it in a safe way. And there are other school districts that have already done this. Freehold Regional, I think, started today, if I'm not mistaken. Ken, maybe?
Monday. Well,
there was snow yesterday,
yeah,
so I think today of bringing their kids back, the kids back who wish to be there. Remember, this is a very important thing that we have to make a distinction. When we say our kids, we're talking about the kids who are choosing to come in. There will still be all virtual students, that is allowable, and that will continue. But there is absolutely a sense that Homedale also, I think, started back in January with their middle school and high school students, and things, from what I understand, are going okay. So, and more districts are looking to make these plans of increasing, because schools, I'll quote Dave Henry, who did a town hall with our staff a couple of weeks ago. Dave said, schools have been the success story in New Jersey as it relates to COVID, that because of the procedures and because of the safety measures that have been put in place, that the rates of transmission in schools have been extremely low. Statewide, 655 in-school transmissions for 101.6 million students and staff. It's a very low rate of transmission. So, this is what we're looking at. We are coming up on the almost 1 year. Actually, when the kids if we're able to do this and the kids come on the 15th, that will be the 1-year anniversary of us going out. And, I think that, we owe it to our kids, we owe it to everyone. The overwhelming majority of folks, both staff and students, I think, and parents, want the kids back. But of course, we know that we have to be careful and we have to pay attention to what's going on in the community and what's going on with cases. And all of this is subject to that, but the planning starts and the planning begins. We feel good about where we're going, but we'll continue to do things that make sense as we've done since the beginning of the school year. We're not going to, if we see things start to going in an opposite direction with cases, we'll adjust accordingly. We've said that to our staff. We say that to the public. We say that all the time. So that's where we are. So if you're a parent of a secondary child out there and if you haven't filled out your questionnaire, please do so. Get it in so we can plan accordingly and get the transportation worked out. Just like with the elementary, bus routes may change a little bit, times may change a little bit. The way we distribute food is going to change a little bit. So this all, and we spoke to this, over the last so many months, we spoke to that if we had to go in this direction, we more than likely might have to adjust the schedule allotting for the lunch situation.
Right. So maybe do you want to speak about why the determinations
Sure.
were made to handle the schedule the way that has been presented now?
Yeah, they were, and those two, they're different. One for the high school, one for the middle school. They were determined really based on at the building level, based on the conversations and the needs of those students within those schools. I think there was a feeling, and Mr. Amato and Ms. Kasuba are on here, and they can speak to their process more intimately than I. But my obviously in knowing the process that they went through, there was definitely a feeling at the middle school level that if we were to follow a situation where kids went then back home and then had to come back on as what's going to happen at the high school, that we would lose a lot of students. That we've been having problems with kids since last March, particularly at the middle school level, logging on, staying active, being engaged. So as we always learn, possession is 9/10 of the law. When you got them, don't let them go. And so the feeling at the middle school level was to try to keep since you have the kids there, keep them there so that you're not losing them once they go home, particularly the students who are most in academic need. We were losing those students more. So we felt that responsibility that while we have them, to keep them. We've built in, we understand one of the biggest concerns is the lunch factor. It's a later lunch than they would normally be getting. We understand that. We build in snack times for the kids where they will go outside, they will go to the cafeteria, they can do a mask break, they can have a little snack. That does not mean like a rack of ribs or a brisket. That means, a granola bar, a Pop-Tart, a whatever, a piece of fruit, enough to sustain them and get them through their day. And then they will, they'll be able to be released, not in an early dismissal schedule, but because maintaining the academic integrity of a full day class was very important to us as well. And so this will enable us for the kids to still have their 75-minute blocks, which is actually still less than normal, but with the breaks built in, with SEL breaks that we do and a variety of things, it's 75 minutes. We also increase the passing time. So these are all things we do. That we felt it was important to maintain that, but the lunch was a concern. Another issue at the intermediate school, because remember, that's hundreds of kids, unlike the elementary where the kids eat in their classrooms and in the cafeteria split, these are now hundreds of kids who would have to eat at any one particular time in really one place. And eating in the classroom is really not an option to the degree that it is at the elementary level. So we had to make that adjustment. And fifth grade had to come along with it. And I know for a lot of fifth grade parents, it seems like they're going backwards a little bit because the time is in school is decreasing. But because of transportation, not bringing the fifth grade along would create a fourth bus run, which would be very difficult to do, if not impossible to do. And then we have teachers that are shared between 6, 7, and 8 and fifth grade. So those schedules needed to line up. And so this was, part of the motivation for that. And we felt that it was, while we didn't love that option, we felt that it was a necessary option in order to get the students back to 4 days a week. Why fifth grade, I think, feels a little slighted is because they've already been 4 days a week. And so, I think reading some of the comments in the questionnaire that we've received up to this point, we see why is my student going less? Well, technically it's fewer hours, but academically, it's really the same amount of time. And that was what is important to us at the middle school level. At the high school level, a little bit of a different need, a little bit of, obviously, of different students. And Mrs. Kasuba and her team felt that sending the kids home after block 3 and then doing the 4th block virtually was something that they felt was appropriate and more suited for the older students, and that would work okay for those students. And from a transportation standpoint, that provides a good break between the runs, so that there's plenty of time for the high school to get back for the middle school, for the middle school to get back for the elementary schools. No changes to the elementary schools at this time. However, the next step in this will be the 5th day, will be Wednesdays. That will be the next step. When that exactly will be, we don't know right now. Our goal is going to be sometime after spring break. We have to see how this goes for a little bit. We've talked about this. At this point, there really is no physical health, COVID-related reason why Wednesdays can't be there. The cleaning that when we did this at the beginning of the year, talk about cleaning and all those things, there was a lot of unknowns. We didn't know how certain things were going to go, what have you. We know now that we can do the cleaning that we need to do after school and all that. So that Wednesdays will be the next step, and so we'll see what happens there. But this is where we are, and we feel, obviously, COVID is still out there, so it's not like it's all gone away. But as more people get vaccinated, as we head towards spring, we're looking for better scenarios, and we think we're better suited for bringing the kids back, and for those who want to be there. And at the high school level, that's probably going to be somewhere between 60 and 65% of the students. At the middle school level, probably a little bit more, probably closer to 75% of the students, based on, who has been in and based on, where we are. And we already know at the elementary level, it's 85 to 90% of the students. So if there's any questions from the board about where we are at this point, or there are a couple things that we talk about. We've gotten some questions about Project Extend. We've gotten some questions about sports, kids who have to stay. We will provide space and supervise space for kids who have to stay after and don't have a ride back. Project Extend, those children will be accommodated and addressed.
So they'll just start project earlier, essentially?
Yes, we will take on that role. We will take on that role from 1:30 to 2:30 at the middle school. It's very few students. It's less than 20 students. We will satisfy that role, and then Project Extend will just start at 2:30 as normal. Mm-hmm. And for the students who stay for athletics, they'll stay at school. They'll be in the cafeteria. They'll eat their lunch. They can do their homework. There's an opportunity for them to go back and get any extra help with their teachers if need be. We think 50, 60 students tops at the middle school level, probably less at the high school since more drive. It may not even be that many students, but that's one of the reasons we wanted to ask that question in the questionnaire, so we know exactly how many students are going to have an issue getting back. We understand that a 1:30 dismissal to be back by 2:45 for sports doesn't give you a lot of time to get home, do what you got to do, and then get back. But we will accommodate those parents and accommodate those students.
All right, Ms. Gilman?
I'm not really, I have two questions.
Mhm.
So we have a contract with Sodexo to provide lunches.
Mhm.
Now we're not providing lunches.
We are providing lunches.
What's the difference between snack, teachers bringing their students down to the cafeteria for snack,
It's a
and
10-minute break.
a 10-minute break staggered throughout.
There'll be 2 at the middle school level, 2 staggered throughout the day, yes.
Staggered throughout the day for
Correct.
snack.
Correct.
Probably in inclement weather, then everybody will be in the cafeteria.
Not all at the same time,
Not all at the same time.
correct.
And you're going to be cleaning the cafeteria in between each group of students?
Yeah, we can wipe down the tables between each group. That's not an issue. I think, you know, what we know and through our conversations with Regional Health Commission is that the primary method that this virus is spread is through close contact, not through tabletops. I mean, it's not impossible, but that is not the primary or likely way somebody is going to get COVID. It's primarily going to be from the close contacts. So obviously the biggest question that comes up is obviously more kids in a classroom, you know, it does cut down on our ability to provide 6 feet of distance in all situations. That absolutely will happen. It happened at the elementary school when we brought the kids back. But what we saw is no greater transmissions of virus as a result. Now, what it could mean are more kids, if there's a case in the room, might have to quarantine, like that we've seen at the elementary level, because there are just more people who are going to be in proximity. The other thing to remember is that there's no 6-foot mandate. The 6 foot obviously is a recommendation from the CDC as to what is the best possible scenario. What the Department of Education and what the New Jersey Department of Health will tell you is that provide 6 feet when possible, when feasible. And if you're not going to be able to have 6 feet, what other things can you have in place to help mitigate possible exposures? We've ordered extra plexiglass for the schools. And we've, once again, the masks are critical, and our kids do, and our staff does a great job with the masks. There's other, barrier type things, other plexiglass like barrier type things that we're not going to have in mass, but we have in certain scenarios to be available. And I think our staff has done a terrific job of really training kids in the classroom to maintain their space and do a good job with it. And so we feel we've seen it at the elementary level, and we think that we'll see it at the secondary level. The other thing to keep in mind, by reviewing our numbers, there are no more secondary students in Ocean Township that have COVID than elementary age students. So I know that there's this perception like, oh, the older kids, and then there's greater, but the reality is, in terms of the numbers in Ocean Township, which, by the way, saw a 15% decrease in active cases from 2 weeks ago to last week. So even in our township, we're seeing that decrease. There's the percentage of kids 10 to 19 is pretty much exactly the same as the kids 0 to 9. So that's an important factor, because if we saw double the amount of cases for secondary kids as elementary kids, we might sit there and go, okay, well, obviously there's a big difference here, and we have to, now we have been more careful at the secondary level, even though we haven't seen that kind of difference in numbers. But now I think we're to the point where we can see that because it works so well at the elementary, because the numbers are very even, that we think we can have the same success at the secondary level. Are there guarantees? No. But we work off of the data. We work off of, what it tells us, what the health professionals tell us.
And Sodexo is providing the grab and go.
Grab and go. And that's what I mean by providing lunch. We are still providing lunch. It's just going to be a grab and go as they go out the door.
Other questions from the board? You're in the room. Alex home. Alex,
I have
sorry,
a
Ms. Hayes.
question. If I understood you correctly, so you've gotten 750 responses already. You made the comment, we need 2,000. So that was my question. Is there a threshold? Because the letter kind of implies, we can do this if we get this amount of support or this amount of.
Well, what I mean by that, Alex, is for example, if 50% of the high school students say, well, I'm coming back, 50%. We set up at the beginning of the year for 50%. We could run a full day schedule on 50%. So if only 50%, we may not have to even change the schedule in a way. I mean, what will be difficult is if the middle school does it and the high school doesn't, then transportation wise, that would be impossible, I think. But theoretically, if we only get 50% of the kids, then we anticipate at the high school level, probably somewhere around 65. So that would absolutely make it necessary. But if it were 50 or 40, we technically don't even have to change the schedule because we can accommodate that number of kids. So that is, and we need to
So
know
it's
what
still
people's
gonna
intentions are.
happen. So what you're saying is it will still happen even if 30% of the kids want to come in. You're like the schedule change is going to happen.
The 4 days a week is going to happen. If for some reason both schools can get the numbers that are low enough to where we can accommodate it without having to change the schedule, I don't know that we would change the schedule. We would just accommodate the students. We are anticipating that the numbers will be such where we will have to change the schedule.
Okay, I was a little confused on the letter. I thought there was a threshold. that we
That's
had.
not possible because Sandy said it was very clear.
Well,
I'm
I am a
just
fifth
joking.
grade parent and I was confused because the fifth grade wasn't mentioned so much in there. So I thank Ms. Source for her letter today. So there is not a threshold that we're aiming for, because that's what I got out of this letter, that we need.
There's no exact threshold, but I think once we get what everyone's intentions are, we'll know more. But we definitely believe that we will get the numbers to have to change the schedule based on, for example, part of why we say that is when Ms. Kasuba a few weeks ago surveyed her students, it was about a 2/3 group that said, and that was not all of her students, but it was a representation. They said that about 2/3 wanted to return. And so if that holds true, we believe, changing the schedule is what will be needed.
So do fifth grade parents then not need to respond to this survey?
Well, we'd like them to, because obviously there may be some parents who, based on the new situation, may choose what they're doing. They may have been in, now all those parents were already in 4 days a week, so that's not changing. But the new times could impact their what they can do or not do. I don't know that it will significantly, but we would like fifth grade parents to respond, because also there's busing questions, there's food questions, there's questions about whether you'd like to see a counselor based on an academic or social emotional need. So we would like all the parents to fill that out.
Yeah, it was just there. I didn't see an option for a fifth grade parent on that one. I think it's the second question. It was like 6th through 12th, we'll be doing this, or I'm going to keep my kid home.
No, that's just the fifth grade is just staying 4 days a week, but they're already in 4 days a week. So nothing's changing there, but the schedule is changing for them. So it's just, it's also an acknowledgement on our part that our fifth grade parents understand what's going on and they're aware and that they know that the schedule is changing.
Dr. Svengwitz, can you move your microphone a little bit back, because somebody's like you're a little muffled because it's too close.
Ooh, too close. Okay.
But you're loud enough. I
So-
made sure.
Okay.
Sorry.
We'll go to Ms. Beal, who has a question or comment.
Yes, Dr. Stefankowitz, are there any staff concerns as far as having adequate staff, leave requests, anything along those lines?
I don't, right now, no. Could this result in that? Perhaps. I'm not aware of anything, nothing's presented, nothing overly concerning has been presented at this point. We are working very hard to try to get our staff vaccinated, and many staff members have, are involved in the vaccination process. So I think for a lot of our high-risk staff, they are hopeful to that also what will coincide with this return will be their own vaccinations, which doesn't, it doesn't hold them completely immune, but certainly, adds a significant layer of protection for them. So, I think that all this is kind of coinciding at the same time, but up to this point, the answer is no.
Any other questions from the board or comments particular to the survey or the schedule changes?
I have a question that I've heard from some parents, and granted, this is from fifth grade parents who have been, the kids have been eating lunch in school. They're just a little concerned that some of these kids are, that's a long day for a fifth grader to go without lunch. So if they can have 2 snacks at what'd you say, 20 minutes? Like, what's the difference with 2 snacks versus why can't they have a half-hour lunch?
It's a shorter duration of time. That's one thing. And in terms of also, the lunch is just more involved. It's just a more involved process. Kids having to go through the lunch lines. It's just a more involved process. And they wouldn't go as a whole class grade level of students on their break. It would be staggered. So it would be fewer number of kids per break. And, I think any concerned parent there should reach out to Mr. Amato. I think some things went home today from 5th grade that helped to explain some things. But I think if you reach out to Ms. Source or Mr. Amato, they can provide, more detailed information on that.
And I have a last question. Have you been getting, you said you've been getting comments from parents. Some parents are having to leave their kids home alone, if they get out at 2:30, and a 5th grader goes home, a 6th grader goes home to an empty house until mom and dad come home at 6 o'clock or whenever it is. So now they're getting home an hour earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Have there been any emails expressing concern about that?
I haven't received any. And like I said, when I say comments, more so of what I've read in the questionnaire itself. I've gotten very few. I've gotten a few emails, not many, none that were related to that though.
All right, seeing no other questions or comments from the board on this? All right.
Okay.
Good.
All right. So fill out that questionnaire, secondary parents. We appreciate it. Next, we talked a little bit about COVID cases in that and where we are. So hopefully moving in better direction, but keeping a very close eye on those cases and how things are progressing there. Next up, so we as a district, I think after I presented the half-year HIB numbers, and we were talking back in January, and we were talking as a district about the fact that overall HIB numbers are down this year for us, not necessarily because of lack of activity going on, but perhaps lack of reporting. And from what I can tell, this is a very common problem across districts, across the county, certainly. There were some questions that came up just about, I think, restating for parents exactly like what constitutes a HIB, what criteria has to be met in order for something to be found a HIB, because as we've talked about many times, I think that the term HIB or bullying gets used in many different ways and for many different actions. And so there's very specific criteria that has to exist in order for something to be found a HIB under the current New Jersey law. So we thought that we would have our district anti-bullying coordinator, among other things, Ms. Kelly Owen, join us this evening and share a brief presentation on just what constitutes HIB and sort of the general overview of the law as it relates to for the things parents need to know.
And I think part of this too was highlighting that it's still very serious and we want people reporting.
Absolutely.
And the mechanisms through which they
By
can
which they
so
can do that.
virtually.
Correct. So Ms. Weldon, I'm going to hand it over to you. And I think Ms. Conway, you have the presentation. So if you could potentially share the screen. We cut out some of the 83 slides. I think we got it down to about 15, if that.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, thank you, Marianne. Okay, so as Dr. Stefankowitz said, I'm going to give you a brief overview of the Harassment, Intimidation, and Bullying Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights. You can advance, Marianne, to the next slide. Okay, so what you have in front of you is the definition of HIB. It is lengthy. It goes on to the second slide. If you would just bear with me, I will read it just so we're all on the same page. Harassment, intimidation, or bullying means any gesture, any written, verbal, or physical acts, or any electronic communication, whether it is a single incident or a series of incidents that is reasonably perceived as being motivated by either any actual or perceived characteristic, such as race, color, religion, ancestry, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, or a mental, physical, or sensory disability, or by any other distinguishing characteristic, and that takes place on school property or at any school-sponsored function, on a school bus, or off school grounds as provided in NJSA 18A:37-15.3, and that, advance, Marianne, thanks, substantially disrupts or interferes with the orderly operation of the school or the rights of other students. And that a reasonable person should know, under the circumstances, will have the effect of physically or emotionally harming a student or damaging the student's property, or placing a student in reasonable fear of physical or emotional harm to his or her person or damage to his or her property, or has the effect of insulting or demeaning any student or group of students, or creates a hostile educational environment for the student by interfering with the student's education, or by severely or pervasively causing physical or emotional harm to the student. Okay, thank you.
Can you
We can
repeat that,
advance
Ms.
to the next
Walden,
slide.
please? Can you repeat that, please?
Okay,
Yeah.
so to bring that, I'm going to ignore him. To bring this down to focus this in, the definition for something to be considered HIB, the keys to consider are motivation, what motivates the act, where it takes place, the location, the disruption, it must cause a disruption, and it also must cause harm. Right, so those are the four. You take that long, lengthy definition, which has a lot of nuances to it, which our school specialists have to be very focused and very keyed in to all of those details of the definition. But if you bring it down to the crux, we're looking for motivation, location, disruption, and harm when we're considering whether something is an act of HIB or not. Okay, Marianne, if you could go ahead for me. Okay, so as I was saying, the lengthy definition does have a lot of details to it, and one of the major things is identifying that other distinguishing characteristic, right? Originally, the focus was on the protected classes, race, sexual identity, national origin, but as time went on, we really did realize that acts of HIB happen often, not necessarily as motivated by a bias or a prejudice against a protected class. It happens because of these things listed here, right? A student wears glasses or has a hair color or a hairstyle that is, they're targeted because of that, right? They're targeted because they live in a non-traditional family. They're targeted because they could be overweight or obese, small or physically weak, considered unattractive or unfashionable, poor athletic ability, academic stereotype, right? They're the new student in town, or their socioeconomic status is the target, right? Or that there's a real or perceived power imbalance between the bully and the victim. And that one was added when there was some code revision in 2018. So these are I just highlight these because most of us are familiar with the race and the gender identity and those being the reasons behind it, but I wanted to point out what are some other distinguishing characteristics. That list is just it is a list of examples. There are others that could be added to that list. Okay. One of the other misconceptions or common concepts that people have difficulty understanding sometimes is that conflict versus bullying. So if you would go ahead, Marianne, to the next slide, I'm going to do my best to help you understand the difference between conflict and bullying. Okay, when it's conflict, it's mutual. There's really usually two even sides in a conflict. Two people are in an argument, they're in a disagreement, or they're in a fight. It's part of normal human development, usually a conflict, right? Bullying is one-sided. One or more students is the victim of one or more students' aggression, right? And the aggression is intended to physically or emotionally hurt the victim. Next slide, please. Okay, during a conflict, name calling, threats, other conduct that might look like bullying can occur. However, the key difference is that mutual versus one-sided. Unlike bullying, during a conflict, people are equally involved in some type of disagreement, right? It's mutual. Bullying, on the other hand, involves one or several people, the bullies, intentionally committing mean or violent act against another person or group of people. When bullying occurs, there is no mutual participation in a disagreement. It is one-sided. Bullying victims have a hard time defending themselves. The victims want the bullying to stop, but the bully continues the behavior. Please advance to the next slide, Marianne. Okay, so when making a HIB determination, our school specialists are looking for the motivation. The alleged HIB was motivated by a perceived or actual characteristic of a protected class or by any other distinguishing characteristic. It takes place on school grounds, off school grounds, at a school-sponsored function, okay, or really almost anywhere. The location is, as long as it comes back to this next point here and disrupts, if the act substantially disrupted or interfered with the orderly operation of the school or the rights of other students, then the location, wherever it happens is acceptable for it to be a HIB determination. It also has to create harm. A reasonable person should know under the circumstances that the act would have the effect of physically or emotionally harming a student, damaging the student's property, or placing a student in reasonable fear of physical or emotional harm to his or her person, or damage to his or her property. It would have the effect of being insulting or demeaning any student or group of students, and it has the effect of creating a hostile educational environment for the student by interfering with the student's education or by severely or pervasively causing physical, emotional harm to the student. Okay, can go to the next one, Marianne, please. Okay, so if an incident happens and it is determined to be HIB, the consequences for HIB are graded by the severity of the offenses. We consider the developmental ages of the student offenders, and we consider the students' histories of inappropriate behavior. So it is not a one-size-fits-all. There is not a consequence that is doled out every single time a student commits a HIB. It is varied and it is different based on grade, age, and past history of behaviors. Next slide, please. In addition to consequences, we also try to apply remedial actions, and they are designed to correct the behavior, most importantly, prevent the occurrence of this happening again, protect the victim, right, and provide support for all parties in the act, and take corrective action for documented systemic problems related to HIB. Next slide, Marianne. Okay, when an incident occurs and it's determined to be not HIB, the principals and the assistant principals in all schools address that violation using a student code of conduct. Okay, just because it's determined not to be HIB, students found in violation of the code of conduct will receive age-appropriate consequences and remediation. A common misconception that is a not HIB determination is a lesser violation, but that is not true. Often, a not HIB determination can result in more severe consequences, because whatever the act was, if it was a threat, if it was an assault, if it was a serious offense, if it was causing unrest in the hallways or causing public harm, those things can carry a heavier consequence. So just because something is determined to not be HIB doesn't mean it is not addressed or handled with consequences and remediation. Okay, Marion, you can advance to the next slide. And then there are here just a few parent resources I wanted to point out. We have on our website a reporting form, an electronic reporting form. Of course, in school, parents and students can report any instance of HIB to any adult in a school who is legally then bound to report it to the administration, so it can be handled. But we also have an anonymous reporting platform on our website. Right on the main page, you have a report bullying icon. If you click on that, it will take you to all the schools and you can report your case of bullying there. You can leave your name or you can be anonymous, either way. And the second bullet is a document from the Department of Education on guidance for parents on the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights Act. So those are the two links there, the two resources. And that concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to take questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Ms. Walden. We'll go first to Ms. Parlamis and then Ms. Gilman, and then others. I can't see my screen yet, but we'll go to Ms. Parlamis first.
Kelly, thank you for that presentation. I learned some things, but I do have a question, and my concern has to do with the victims, whether it's HIB or not HIB, victim or victims. Do you feel that our district does enough for the victims? And how long do we, check on them and continue whatever remediation is necessary?
Again, the same thing. It's varied by grade level and by offense, of course, but we absolutely, part of the process right now involves our administration, our SAC counselors, our guidance counselors, and they have, in general, when a guidance counselor or a SAC counselor is seeing a student or checking on the student's welfare, they put that student on their roster or their calendar for weeks out. And so they make a habit of checking back in with students, and they will then slowly release the student when they see fit, based on their interactions, based on their counseling sessions with the student. So, I have to say, I do feel like we are supporting the victims to the length of time that the victim needs it, and we're checking back in with them appropriately. I haven't been in the building on a day-to-day basis now for almost 5 years, so I can't speak firsthand, but certainly when I was doing this and I was doing this work, it was rare that I would have a victim come back and say, I didn't get enough support. I think the victim felt very supported by the counseling that we had in place at the schools.
Thank you.
Ms. Gilman?
You're welcome.
Hi, Kelly. That was a good presentation. My concern is the low number of HIBs that we are reporting to the state each month. They are required to be reported to the state, but what about our student code of violation numbers? Are we required to report them as well? And do you see a reason why our HIB numbers are low when we know that there is intimidation and bullying going on? Is it underreported?
I think I would say that, again, I don't have the log entries or the other offense numbers in my head right now. I can tell you that when I was principal, other infractions were very concerning to me. We had high numbers of those infractions. So I believe things were being reported, things were being addressed, consequences were being doled out. I think our HIB numbers are somewhat in line with other county schools and other schools in the state. But could we do better? Could we always make ourselves more accessible to the parents, to the students, to feel comfortable reporting? I think that's a normal fear, right? There's a normal hesitation, not just in Ocean Township, but across the board. Sometimes people don't want to report things. So yes, we do. The specialists look for ways to get the word out there, ways for people to address situations that they encounter in school. You know, we have a whole process of making a bystander an upstander, right? How to intervene on behalf of a victim, how to not stand by while another child is being harmed or isolated or hurt, right? So our principals and their teams, their counselors work on this type of thing all the time to try and cut down on bullying that way, preventative, and also address the cases that come to us.
Can I add to that if I may? So
Sure.
if you recall, all of those offenses are reported to the state. They fall under a category, and I report them out to the board and to the public every October during Violence and Vandalism Prevention Week. They come out from the previous year, and we give an overall synopsis of the assaults, the fights, the drug, offenses, a variety of different categories that we present out on every October. I think there's no doubt that HIB offenses are less reported right now, not just for us, but across the county and the state because of the pandemic. And I think that is also, it bears out in other types of situations. Domestic violence reports are down. Other types of child abuse reports are down. Like with more people home, with more people not, one of the biggest ways we get child abuse known is through schools. Kids coming into school, and so with more kids who are all remote, there's no doubt that those reports across the state are down compared to where they've been in past years. So our HIB reports are absolutely down. We said that last month, and I think that has a lot to do with it. Just with more kids home, we're just not hearing about it as much. But I think to Kelly's point, we have to, and part of the reason why we're doing this is to try to do a better job of reaching out and saying, we are there, we do want to know about it. You don't have to rely on your own self. Come and bring these things to our attention.
Thank you.
And if I could just add to that I know that every single school has a system for taking the information, right? They'll talk to a parent or they'll talk to a student, and they will do whatever they need to do to protect the source of the information, right? So they will work with anyone who comes to them, anyone who confides in them, to root out the problem without creating a larger problem for the person who had the courage to come forward and report.
Thanks, Kelly.
Other questions from the board or comments from the board? Ms. Hayes?
I thank you, Kelly. That was, I learned a few things from that, so that was very helpful. On our district website, it has the anti-bullying specialist for each building, and I'm not so sure it is up to date because it's no longer supposed to be the principals, correct? Except for in the case of Wanamassa because we're short-staffed or something. Is that correct?
We're in the process of making that transition. Everyone had to be trained. Everyone had to go through a state training, which has just been completed. I have a few more trainings locally that we need to do. I'm holding one tomorrow actually to continue this transition, and then I'll be scheduling one more meeting in March that should be officially, we will have the roles officially doled out. Some of the responsibilities cannot completely lie on the shoulders of the counselors. Some of these tasks really truly are administrative in nature. And so the existing school specialists, the ones we've had up till now, have to remain in the process. And so we're just delineating out over the next 2 months exactly who's going to be responsible for what. And I need to make sure that the counselors feel supported when they are now in positions to have to deal with things that traditionally administrators would handle. And I want to make sure that they feel fully supported and equipped to handle some of those very delicate, traditionally administrative tasks.
Okay, and so when the anti-bullying specialists do get renamed or whatever, will that page be updated? Because I think sometimes I have experience, people are a little hesitant to report things to principals. You know, sometimes people love to talk to principals, and sometimes people are a little like intimidated by talking to principals. So I think that's important to update that page that talks about the anti-bullying specialist.
Sure, no, absolutely. We will do that once it's officially done.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments from the board for Ms. Weldon?
I have one quick thing. if no one
Dr.
else.
Stankwitz has
I'm
a-
sorry, but, Kelly, if you don't mind, can you just, there's been some questions too about the role of the school safety team. Can you just give a very quick synopsis of what the role is of that team and the fact that every school has one and, what their main function is?
Sure. I had a slide. I don't have it right in front of me, but let me just refer to some of my notes. Overall, the school safety team meets regularly, a couple times a year to review the different cases that have occurred during the course of a year, to look for patterns, to look for if there's any sort of systemic problem with harassment, intimidation, and bullying in a school, and to see what type of preventative programs that they can develop to obviously prevent future cases of harassment, intimidation, and bullying, and create a better school climate and a better school culture where, like I said earlier, bystanders become upstanders, and we bring an end to bullying in the school. They also serve to help provide that team is the group of people who give the self-assessment score for each school. So they'll work on that. And then there are other state reports that we have to do throughout the year about trainings and programs that we offered. And the safety team will contribute to that report as well.
Thank you. No, that's perfect. I think I just wanted to, I think sometimes there's a belief that the safety team is who conducts investigations and makes determinations, and that's not their role. They look at the big picture. They look at to see how trends within the school, as you stated, and what can be done to improve the overall climate and environment within the school. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Ms. Weldon, for your presentation. Thank you for all the work that you and everyone in the buildings are doing on this. We very much appreciate your taking the time tonight for the presentation.
Well,
Great.
Sorry.
Right, and right now, the only thing that I'd just like to bring up, if I'm not mistaken, is that today marks the 57th anniversary of the Beatles appearing on the Ed Sullivan Show.
So I thought this was gonna be 100 days.
57 years ago.
Make sure you write that down.
So if you weren't feeling old before, there
You
you
should
go.
have had music to.
And it
start
is the
with.
100th day of school, tomorrow, I think.
Tomorrow is.
Tomorrow is the 100th
Yeah.
day of school.
Yes.
We'll end on that high note.
That concludes your report?
I think it does.
Thank you, Dr. Stefanowicz. Next, we'll go to Mr. Janarone for his report, and I'll just remind members of the public that following the business administrator's report will be the first of our public comments, so you can start sending messages to the help desk to get in the queue for questions and comments. Mr. Janarone?
Thank you. Just a few housekeeping items. One, you see under the school business administrator's report, there's an attachment of the letter that was sent to fulfill that the board requested a thank you letter to be sent to them regarding the boxes, the crisis boxes or the meal boxes, as they call them, which are the groceries for our families in need. So, which is a great thing. So that letter is there for your reference. Also, the audio and video of the board meetings now. We've discussed this in the past. Up until now, we've had audio posted to the website of the board meetings. And now that we've been able to play with the settings a little bit, the views a little bit, so we will now going forward be posting the videos of the meetings also. So we've been able to figure out the different views of the board meeting and the public, so that it's a little bit more user friendly for the public. So we will have that going forward also. And then finally, the mandated training for board members. For most board members, I gave out a little history for everyone to tell you where you are and really where everyone is. The board members that are remote tonight, I'll be emailing that out to you. Just everyone who needs to perform a mandated class this year has been registered, except for the board president, because that class is not being offered yet, but that will be offered soon, come out soon. So you should have received within the last few weeks instructions on how to go on and register. And I know Skillman, I think a couple of people have already completed their course, so that's good, gold star, being the first one, Mr. Skillman. So if you do not have it, please let me know, and I can forward you the email again, and we can go from there. That's really my report. If there are any questions from the board.
Any at home either. Thank you, Ms.
Ms. Hayes has her hand.
Oh, Ms. Hayes,
I can't unmute.
you're unmuted. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. So will the videos be posted to the YouTube channel 2 weeks after every meeting? Is that the standard that we're going for these days?
Yeah, it's the same schedule. Actually, and sometimes it could be sooner if there's a week in between meetings. Then as soon as it's approved, and then we would post it a few days after that, once it can be posted.
The video can't be posted right away?
Well,
You don't vote on the minutes of that.
we usually wait until the next meeting until it's approved, and then we post it.
And we don't
We
have.
don't
a
have to
link.
necessarily wait because the minutes is to make sure that it's an accurate reflection of the summary of the meeting, but the video is the video.
I can check. I'm not sure how long
I mean,
it
I'm sure
takes.
procedurally it takes time, yeah, but
Yeah, there's a little process. I know the tech department goes through, but I can check and see how long that takes.
Will
How
we
long
also
is it,
be
Alex? Do you
having-
know how long it takes now? I'm not even sure when they're posted.
Will we also be having a link on our page that, directs people where they can find videos of these meetings?
Yeah, it would be the same link that is there now for the audio.
I have no idea where that is.
yeah, there is an existing link that takes you to the audio for all of the meetings. That's been there historically, so it would just now be modified to say audio and video.
Right.
We can point you to the link, Ms. Hayes,
Yeah.
after the meeting.
I have it saved. I just have never seen it on our website. Okay, cool.
Any other board questions or comments for Mr. Janneron? All right.
I'm like, how do we?
All
do that?
motions are, Ms. Hayes, are you done?
Yeah, I
anything?
don't know why it's still on.
All right. All motions are posted on the bulletin board, the district website. At this point in the meeting, we will now conduct the first of two public comment sessions. The first session will be open for public comments on agenda items only. The second session will be at the end of the meeting and can be on any topic. Would anyone from the public like to comment on any agenda item at this time? And agenda items obviously would include Dr. Stefankowitz's report on the survey and reopening. Ms. Conway?
Yes, we have two public commenters at this time. The first one will be Sandy Abdelaziz.
Thank you. And just a reminder to state your name and address at the start of your comment. Sandy?
Hi, Sandy Abelzis, 30 Dune Road, Wayside, New Jersey. Thank you for the shout out, Dr. Stefankowitz. Anyway,
You
Yeah,
can't
I
take it
thought-
back now, Sandy. You can't take it back now.
I honestly thought the letter was very clear. There were a few people that got confused. I think the only confusion that I really saw was that, people were talking about TOIS versus OTHS because the schedules are so different. So on my Facebook page, I kind of separated the two out so that people could comment about each one separately and not get confused because the high schoolers were starting to ask, well, do we get snack and whatever. I did give you, Dr. Stefankowitz, the whole list of things that I had seen, which I think you pretty much addressed everything.
Yeah, which I did pass along to the building principals, so thank you.
Okay. I do have a question about the plexiglass. You're saying it's ordered. Will it be in on time for March 1st for all those kids coming in? And then the second part of that question is, I haven't seen it. I don't know what it looks like, but I'm being told that it's only like 12 or 15 inches tall. I mean, how is that going to be any beneficial to a 6-foot tall high schooler who will see right over the top of it? Just curious how that's supposed to work.
Going to give that, Ken, can you go from there?
We always hope that they'll be here on time, but we anticipate that they will be. And the plexiglass that we ordered for the secondary students are taller than the current ones we have at the elementary levels.
Okay, okay, and the kids are supposed to clean them in between each classes, or is that the teachers, or who's cleaning them between all the change of classes?
Remember, we have plexiglass in the classes right now, and whatever processes they've been put in place will
They don't
continue.
change classes though, not the way they do at the middle school from 6th grade up.
No, I'm saying that they have them in the middle school and the high school right now, and they're being utilized, so whatever,
Oh, okay,
yeah, I mean, we'll just get more, that whatever processes are in place now will continue.
okay, okay. I guess that whoever I'm talking to is not using it or doesn't have it in their room. Okay. The other part was, now I forget what my second part of my question was. I guess come back to me if I remember. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Ms. Conway?
Yes, the next commenter is Susan Green, and she actually has a question in regards to the HIP presentation.
All right, thank you. Ms. Green?
Hi, Susan Green, 21 Cambridge Way. It's a question / a comment. Since the special ed population seems to be particularly vulnerable to bullying, are there any initiatives built in to help train the staff to be on the lookout for certain signs, or in reference to other kids that might be a threat to an individual? I'm thinking in terms right now, the framework is a child with a one-on-one aid who might not be very verbal, can't express themselves too much, maybe something to help the child deal with a feeling, or any thought given to training the staff to be able to be better equipped to deal with these situations.
Can I ask Ms. Walden or Dr. Finger?
Yeah, you mean specific to special needs students,
Yep.
Susan? So what
Yeah.
you're saying? I mean, I'm going to defer to Kelly, because obviously she's closer to the training piece, but I mean, obviously every staff is trained in HIB each year. To what degree we focus in on special needs students, I'm not sure, so I'll defer to Kelly on that.
Yeah, and I think it's an excellent point, Susan. So I'm jotting it down, and I will talk to the specialists about it. And if we can improve in that area, we definitely will give that some extra attention. I think it's an excellent point. Thank you.
But also too with the training, but also perhaps with prevention and maybe not avoiding putting a child in a compromising situation too. That might be a way to address these kind of situations as well. If you kind of understand what I mean, or not having a child in a given situation within itself might eliminate the potential for that particular child to be bullied, and being mindful of those situations that might expose a child to more bullying than he or she may normally be exposed to.
Maybe also reminding the staff that they can actually report the HIB, even if, if they feel that
the student cannot.
right, if they feel that something's happening that they need to report, they can do that as well.
Sure.
Right, okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Great points.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Ms. Conway?
Yes, actually, I just have a comment that came in now from Lori Ann Walgren in regards to the superintendent's report. Give me one moment. And all right, go ahead, Lori Ann.
Ms. Walden?
Hi, thank you. Lorianne Walgren. I live in Wall Township. I teach in Ocean Township. And I have a comment. In your report, Dr. Stefankiewicz, you referenced the fact that the district is working on getting the staff vaccinated. And I feel like that was a little bit of a misinformation. At this point, what our district is doing is working on getting a percentage, 25%, of some of the teachers vaccinated, not the entire staff. There is some confusion because of the report that we've seen, excuse me, not report, the request that came out of the the Monmouth County Health Officers, Public Health Office.
Department of Health.
Yes. So in his report, he says he is asking for a number that represents about 25% of staff. The word that was used in that directive was staff.
Correct.
And then at some point that was interpreted as teachers. And so that is what our district and apparently other districts in Monmouth County are using in terms of their prioritizing who gets a vaccine. And I have to say, after listening to the presentations about being upstanders and doing the right thing, this is a perfect opportunity for our district to be upstanders, for all of us to join together, our Board of Ed members, our administrators, and our staff, all of us standing up and saying publicly that we condemn such a process that would prioritize people based on their level of education or their job description as to whether or not they deserve to be vaccinated first in schools. I am so upset about that. I have been since you mentioned it last Tuesday at the board meeting, to the point that I felt compelled to contact the legislative offices in Ocean Township and in Wall Township, where I live, just to share my condemnation of that. Because what I said to them, and I'll spare you in the interest of time, my whole email to them, but part of what I said was that the directive to prioritize a percentage of some categories of teachers rather than entire school staff members is abhorrent and a disgrace to all who support it. I can understand prioritizing people with serious health conditions when supplies of vaccine are limited. I do not understand prioritizing people based on level of education or job description. That is despicable. Schools only succeed because of the efforts of the entire staff, all inclusive, not just educators, everyone.
Thank you. And I think, to be honest, yeah, Ms. Walgren, to let you know, you're
excuse-
preaching to the, no, just so you know, you're preaching to the choir. And as you see, we actually have a resolution on the agenda for later today that states just that. That we as a board, it's on the agenda, it is there, it states just that we think that this should be a prioritization of all school staff at all levels. It should not just be exclusive to teachers, because it is one school and education community. And we too have asked for a meeting with the district legislators and are in the process of scheduling that on this very topic, because Dr. Stefankowitz has been put in an impossible position by being asked to limit this to just teachers. And, part of why we have this resolution is because we want to make clear that there are restrictions being put on the district that are not the restrictions the district wants. We want this to be about everyone. This needs to be about everyone who is part of our school, community, in our buildings, on our buses, and every point in between. So we are there right with you. We are.
I appreciate hearing that. Thank you very much for saying that and for doing that, because this has been, it is devastating when you work in these schools and you see instructional assistants who are changing diapers and teaching children how to blow their noses and wiping their noses and potty training children and working with them hand over hand to send out a survey and to feel like there are, the haves and the have-nots, and to hear
100%.
teachers and staff members coming to me and texting me and saying to me, and in the interest, in full disclosure, I'm in that have-nots list. I'm not prioritized at this point. And I don't fall into that high-risk category. I fall into the increased risk category. So I would have to wait anyway. So, you know, it's not a benefit to me, but there are others who certainly, every one of us deserves to be vaccinated if we choose to be. But the fact that it is not being made a priority for those who are the most vulnerable, no matter what job they do, is abhorrent. And I am so relieved to hear that you are condemning this publicly. And I certainly stand with you in that condemnation. And I appreciate, thank you for sharing that with me.
Sure, absolutely, Dr. Stefanko.
No, thank you, Lorianne. You know, you and I have had several conversations about this, and I agree with you. You know, right now, the state is still working on those who are listed as 1A. As you know, most educators are in the 1B category. There are folks, if you're an educator and happen to have one of the high-risk conditions as set forth by the CDC, you can fall under 1A. And that is, you know, that's the prioritization list too that the Department of Health is asking for right now. I think in my email to staff yesterday, I stated very clearly what our intentions will be. And I stand by that. I stand by those intentions in terms of getting our high-risk folks vaccinated. And we are, you know, looking to do whatever we can, reaching out to a variety of resources to try to get everyone vaccinated as soon as possible. I did reach out to the VNA, and I know, Mr. Torelli, you gave us that at last week's task force meeting. Right now, the supply in Monmouth County is extremely low. And I spoke to the VNA yesterday. They're not taking appointments right now, and they don't expect to get a larger supply of vaccine for about another week, is what they told me yesterday. So hopefully very soon. And I also got an email today from the Department of Health through the county superintendent saying, and I did pass that email along to Mr. Riley, that this 25% that we've been asked to provide at this point is just the beginning, and they're all hopeful that within the next several weeks that the ball is really going to get rolling on educator vaccination. So, you know, from you know, we really hope that happens. So I think we all share your frustration and your condemnation as to how this has been rolled out right now, and we're going to work to try to fix it.
Is there a way, Dr. Stefankiewicz, then that you could try to, you know, I hate to say send another survey out because I think people are, you know, experiencing survey fatigue at this point. But is there some way that you could try to broaden the spectrum from including those at increased risk? There are a number of staff members across our district, in many buildings who suffer from asthma,
right?
Who suffer from immune disorders, from high blood pressure, those conditions that create health concerns for so many people in our district. And I know there are people who have reached out to you and said to you via email or when you walk through the buildings and have shared with you that they are scared.
Sure.
I've seen, I had someone just a few days ago share with me a conversation she had with you in which she told you she is scared.
Sure.
And that is heart-wrenching. I know it is heart-wrenching for all of you to hear. It is heart-wrenching for us to hear and share with one another in the buildings.
Agreed.
And that it cannot be overstated that emotional component coupled with that fear of physical risk, it cannot be underestimated.
Absolutely. The answer to your question is, and yes, there are two tiers. There are a list of conditions that are considered by the CDC as high risk for complications if one were to get COVID. There's another list that is, I'm trying to think of how they word it, but it's maybe increased risk. So there's one tier higher than some conditions categorized as higher risk than others. So and we were have been given the directive by the county that the list of the high-risk conditions are the ones we are to follow. Now, and we have 100 names that we can provide to the county at this time. If we don't get those 100 names, I think, possibly being able to expand out to that second tier list may be possible. But once again, we have to follow the rules of those who've been approved under those conditions that have been approved to count for 1A high-risk people. To be fair to everyone, that's what we have to try to do. But if we can do it, we'll do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walgren. Any comments or questions from
may I
members of the
just
board?
Make a
Ms.
comment
Gilman?
too. Lorianne, I have to agree with you that the directive as it came down was so divisive and discriminatory. And I was so happy to see that our board had a resolution for this evening condemning it. So what can we do? I would encourage, and I also reached out to our local legislator, and you did as well. And perhaps other staff members can continue putting pressure on our local legislators to provide educators, to provide all school staff members with the vaccine. And so I was happy to see tonight's resolution, and we'll be proud when we vote for it.
Thank you. Ms. Hayes. Oh, excuse me, Ms. Walgren. Ms. Hayes? You're muted out.
Sorry. I asked last week if we are, I don't know if the word is legally allowed, and I know Mr. Gross is here, but was there any movement, Dr. Stefankowitz, if we are allowed to ask teachers if they are willing to disclose their vaccine status? Like, if they're proud that they got a vaccine, I mean, I would love to know, if my kids' teachers decide to get the vaccine, I'd love to know it.
Well, I didn't ask that question of Michael, just with many other things going on this week. My apologies, but Mr. Gross, if you can, I don't think that that's something that we would put out there and make public. The question, Michael, is I guess making public those teachers who have been vaccinated.
Not necessarily public, just the numbers. Like if 50% of a building has vaccinated staff, or
I think you said you would give
20% of a building has vaccinated staff.
You might update on that, but I don't think that would get to what you had said. You would love to know if your child's teacher is. I don't think we'll get to that point. That's identification of an individual's status.
Right.
But
I mean, also too, I think it's tough too to say, hey, look, Wanamasa 70% is, and the high school 20%. I think that creates some questions and some issues and some challenges. People may not be vaccinated for a variety of different reasons. We would not want to give the impression that teachers in a particular building, if their percentages are lower or higher, are apathetic about getting a vaccine. You know what I mean? So
yeah, that's a great point.
We want to be careful about that.
Mr. Gross, since we have you, do you have any thoughts on that?
It's a very good question. Obviously, there are HIPAA provisions that we'd have to deal with. Obviously, no one has rendered any definitive answer on that question at this point in time as to how confidential that would be. I would certainly let you know, though, that if the employee is willing to basically waive that HIPAA concern, then certainly it is, if it's waived, then the confidentiality and the HIPAA concerns are no longer there, whether it's for statistical purposes or if it's for specific informational purposes to individual schools or classes. But as Mr. Stefankowitz was saying, that may cause a different problem, not a legal one. If some teachers are willing to provide that information, others aren't, it may put you in a position where you're pitting one staff member against another, and that's certainly not anybody's intent.
Cool, thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah. Ms. Conway, are there any other questions or comments?
Yeah, there are two more commentators in the queue now. First one to come now is Rita Condolian.
Thank you. Ms. Condolian?
Hi, Rita Condolian, French teacher, Ocean Township Intermediate School, 23 years. The Board of Ed was sent a whole bunch of letters from the Township of Ocean Education Association back in September, listing all of our concerns about the reopening of the school. And the concerns just keep to be repeated and continue and continue. And we just don't feel like anyone's really listening to us. I'm even more concerned now about this whole March opening up. One of the surveys that was sent out asked about, you, the staff, how would you feel about returning and what would make you feel most comfortable? And just over a quarter of the staff said they would feel most comfortable returning to school with all the students after the majority of staff was vaccinated. We know that the state has delayed this vaccination process. It is not our district's fault that the state has delayed this, but it's a fact. It has been delayed, and we have already delayed our coming back phase because of the second wave, and I understand that, Dr. Stefankowitz, but maybe we could wait another month. Maybe we could wait till after spring break. Maybe more vaccinations will be available. I know CVS just opened a whole bunch of vaccination, appointments. We're trying. Those of us who want to get vaccinated are trying to be vaccinated, and we want to feel safe going back to school. I think that what we've been doing, the cohorts, is the most safe. It is following social distancing. As much as the plexiglass seems like a mitigating idea, plexiglass cannot contain the risk of an airborne disease. It is an airborne disease. So I am nervous. I know other colleagues of mine are nervous. You can see the TOEA signs behind us. We are united. We do not want this to happen. We want someone to listen to us.
Thank you. Dr. Stefankowitz, anything you want to say to that?
No, the only thing I would say is that we have been listening and to our staff we always listen to our staff and we hear our staff, and we have responded to the concerns of our staff many, many times. We have a responsibility to educate our children. We have a responsibility to keep everybody safe. Our primary goal, our primary mission is to educate kids. I think we would all agree that doing that 2 days a week is not the ideal. So we have been looking for ways to conservatively try to bring back our students, and working with our staff, working with our parents, working through the Board of Education. We're trying to do that in what we believe is going to be the safest way possible. And if we find that conditions don't allow, we will make necessary adjustments. But Rita, I hear everything you're saying. The only thing that I don't want to give a backhanded apology. I want to say I'm sorry that you feel that no one is listening to you. But we are listening every single solitary day to everything everybody says. But we have, we serve our kids, and we need to try to do the things that we need to do to bring them back in the safest way possible. And hopefully the track record of safety that we've exhibited throughout the course of this year can help make people feel more comfortable and not less comfortable. But I certainly understand and validate your concerns.
Thank you. Ms. Conway?
Yes, there's one more commenter. It's Sandy Abdelaziz. She's back. She remembers.
I was actually going to ask. So Sandy, Ms. Abdelaziz.
Did I unmute? Yeah, I did. So I just had one quick question. Dr. Stefankowitz, regarding, I didn't really hear you talk about the snow day Monday, but you kind of mentioned the snow day Monday. I just had a request. I don't want it to become like a precedent that we just set, but I know if it had been a normal school year, I'm feeling like you would have called Monday to be a delayed opening because of the threat of ice, and then the kids would have gone.
Sandy, I'm just gonna hand over that responsibility to you. You're right on the money.
Okay.
You're right there.
Well, so I'd like to not set a precedent. I'm talking more about how you called it remote early dismissal, which was absolutely fine. Kids didn't miss a beat with their learning, but you called all the sports canceled, and I was walking around in sunny weather on Sunday, Monday afternoon.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because that is something that it's right. It's true. This was a challenge in a normal year. Monday would have been a delayed opening, no doubt about it. And all afternoon activities would have taken place. And, we're learning as we go here, Sandy. We're all working, we're all doing, and it's been the practice and the philosophy that if we were going to close schools because of safety reasons, that would mean athletics too. How do you shut down academics, the primary reason why students are in school, and then let athletics keep going, right? However, I've had a lot of conversation in the last 2 days about this issue, and I think there are some very fair points related to, we chose to do the virtual day yesterday primarily because we could, right? As compared to doing the delayed opening. And any other year, it would have been that way. That's where most schools went. I don't know of one school in Monmouth County that did a delayed opening. Most people did virtual days or closed altogether. I think there's a lot of merit to a situation like that, where we could, because of shortened seasons and shorter opportunities for kids and all of those things, that if we deem it necessary to go with the virtual day because of weather, and which may have been a delayed opening on any given year, that perhaps as long as the safety piece is, the traveling, the roads, the this, the that, that athletics could continue on that kind of circumstance. If we're shutting down because of health, or we're shutting down because of, like what day was it? Last Monday, when it was not good conditions. But in a day like yesterday, when these kids have already lost a lot of time, and one day of loss could mean a lot in a very shortened season, that I think that should be a consideration moving forward. I do.
That's why I just wanted to bring it up, because I didn't want it to be a precedent going forward. You could call sports in the morning if you had to, or during the day.
Yeah, we could see how the conditions, move through the
Exactly.
day. Yeah, I think there's a lot of validity to that.
Well, I think it's also the fact that the NJSIAA has come down and said that they can only play so many games a week also.
Right.
So that's really, the seasons are really short, and then the weeks are even shorter. So.
Right.
Okay, so that was my first question. My second part was, can you make some kind of a statement about what was going on with the district website today? And secondly, maybe if it ever happens again, you could just send out a tweet about it so that I could put a screenshot of your tweet on my page, because people couldn't even get emails of, I can't get into PowerSchool. Like I couldn't even get this board doc stuff. So there's just so much going on with that.
Well, we did put out something on Backpack, I think yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was Thursday night. Our provider had a significant event that occurred that knocked out their ability to deliver websites. That wasn't just us. It was many districts who use our provider. And, we were told initially it shouldn't be that long, and it wound up being the entire weekend. Through yesterday, I think it came back either late last night or first thing this morning. So we did put out something yesterday speaking to the issue, but it lasted a lot longer than we were originally informed and we anticipated. But it was not a district issue. It was a provider issue. So we were at their mercy to when it was fixed.
Yeah. I just thought, if I guess since you knew Thursday, maybe you could have sent out a tweet or something saying, hey, we know it's down, we're working on it or something like that.
We had a message when you logged in. It said that there were technical difficulties, and whatever the message said when it came up. So there was a little message when you tried to access it. We really thought it would be back up Friday.
Right.
Yeah, we really did. And so I think that was part of the issue. It just went longer than we anticipated.
Okay. My last thing is just a quick statement. Everybody keeps talking about the vaccine and everybody getting the vaccine. I know there are quite a few that can't get it or don't know if they can get it or whatever. I just want to be clear from what I've been reading. I'm not a medical professional, obviously, but the vaccine only helps the person that had it. It doesn't stop you from carrying it and transmitting it to other people. It doesn't, it does. So, I mean, you're still talking about, yes, okay, maybe a teacher has it the vaccine say. But all the kids in the classroom, and the CDC report just said that grades 8 and up actually are more transmittable than kids in younger grades. That just came out in a report yesterday or the day before. So I just want to make that clear to everybody that even though a teacher may have the vaccine and or maybe possibly an older student in one of the classrooms may have the vaccine, does not stop the fact that it can still be transmitted around. We still have to abide by all of our safety guidelines going forward.
Absolutely.
Max,
Yeah, we're just vaccine, you're correct. I mean, it's my understanding that, getting the vaccine, it doesn't prevent you necessarily from being infected with the virus. It will certainly lessen the effects. You may not, get symptoms, or those symptoms would be far lessened, similar to any vaccine, really. Flu vaccine works a similar way. That's accurate. And so the protocols that we would have in place now will remain in place for the foreseeable future. I can't speak to September, but certainly we think through the remainder of the school year.
Okay, thank you. And I see Pam Gutman has her hand up. I don't know if she has anything in the help desk.
Yeah, Ms. Conway, can you unmute Ms. Gutman and let me know if there's anyone else in the queue as well?
Yes, there's 2 more in the queue. Should we do Ms. Gutman first?
Sure, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was working and I just got off. So if this has already been discussed or if it's not appropriate, please let me know. In response to, and I don't know her name because my kids never took French, but the French teacher, my question is, what type of PPE is being provided to the teachers? And the reason that I ask this is because working in the hospitals prior to vaccines, and I agree with what Sandy said about the vaccines, but I've been definitely in the room with people with COVID in my job, and they have us in N95s or KN95s, but really N95s with a surgical mask over it with either goggles, glasses, and then a face shield.
Mhm.
And then if we're touching someone that's infected, which won't be the case in school, then we would have a mask and all that. And we have a lot of wipes and all that stuff. So my question is, if we're going back to school and the teachers, which I get, it's very stressful to have to be on all the time and to think about every single thing that you're doing, and you have to think that everyone is being potentially COVID positive. Are we providing our teachers with N95s, surgical masks, and face shields?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Gutman. I'll defer to Dr. Spinkwitz and Mr. Janarone, who is our PPE captain.
Yes.
New title.
The answer to your question is yes.
Okay. And I
And
guess, are we
Yes.
going with
Ken says yes.
Okay, are we going with the idea that you're more protected if you're wearing 2 masks, so we should be wearing N95s and face masks, a surgical mask over it?
That's not something that we're requiring, but if anybody wants to do that, they certainly can, and those are available. Those masks are available to anyone who would want them.
Okay, and how often are they being given new N95s? Because a 12-hour shift, we really have to get rid of that N95 and throw it out.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, one thing I will, say is obviously working in a hospital is a different, in a COVID situation is different than being in the school setting, obviously. But
Well, with the new variants, I guess, so I work in the NICU, so I'm not necessarily in a COVID situation all the time.
Right.
I certainly go to deliveries with moms that have COVID. And certainly we have, moms and dads that come into the unit.
Sure.
But with the new variants that are coming in that are more transmissible,
Mhm.
I feel like if we're going to be bringing more students back into the classroom, that we really need to make sure that we have, appropriate PPE for, anyone that wants it, but certainly for our teachers.
We have the appropriate PPE for anyone who wants it, and all anyone has to do is just communicate to us what they like and what they need, and we will provide it to them. And if for some reason we don't have it, we will get it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conway. I believe you said there was another person in the queue.
Yes, Rita Condolian asked if she could respond to Ms. Gutman. That's one of them, yeah.
To Ms. Gutman or to Dr. Stefankowitz?
She asked to respond to Ms. Gutman, Mrs. Gutman.
Well, certainly we'll listen to what Ms. Condolian needs to say, of course.
Okay, go ahead, Rita.
Okay, sorry. At the beginning of this school year, when we came back to school, I kind of expected like all PPE to like be in our boxes, but yes, Dr. Stefankowitz is right. We're allowed to request PPE, but I can tell you, I think I've had the same 3 masks since the beginning of school, and I label them M for Monday, T for Tuesday. I think actually I might have had 4 and 1 broke. And
wait, I want to address that because that's obviously very concerning. So before you move on, can we talk about that? How we could be in a position where teachers are reusing masks, right?
So yeah, so I have one that I label M for Monday, and on Monday I use it, and then I hang it up and let it air out for a week. And sometimes when we're gone, we've been on remote, it might not be used for 3 weeks.
Are they
labeled F for Friday? Because they said, you're better off extending the life of a mask like that if it's used once and then it's like put away and it airs out. So that's what I've been doing. I haven't been asking for new masks every day, every week.
Are these surgical?
Whatever.
Are these district surgical
These
masks?
are the white surgical masks, yes. Not the surgical, the KN95 or whatever ones that we have that I was given, that I asked for. I mean, I do have the surgical mask. I have a packet of that, but I usually save that. I have like a packet of 5 to 10 that in case a student's mask breaks, I have that in my drawer. But I have been reusing those white KN95 masks with Monday, Tuesday, like written on them, because I didn't know, like, should I go down and get more every week? Like, it just hasn't, the PPE hasn't been very clearly laid out to the staff. I can ask for gloves, I can ask for wipes, like that's easy. Our custodial staff takes care of that. But I'm just saying what I've been doing, and maybe it's wrong, maybe it just wasn't clear.
I just think you need to communicate with your building administrator, and if there's something you need, we will get it for you.
Okay, and now I'm gonna start wearing a surgical mask over the N95 mask. Thank you, Mrs. Gutman.
I can certainly tell you, we have cases upon cases of masks, KN95, child size, adult size of the surgical, gloves, face shields, beekeeper face shields, of course, wipes, and and there should be a supply in your room. If not, if you ask your head custodian, he can certainly get you more if that's an issue that we have it. I can guarantee you that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Beal and then Ms. Hayes. I lost Ms. Hayes, but I saw her hand. So we'll go to Ms. Beal first. There she is.
I just have a question. For clarity, I just want to make sure, do staff have access to masks?
Yes.
It sounds like that teacher had a preference for her system, but all staff have access to masks, whether it's the K95 or another brand.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason any teacher would have to ration their masks at this point. I mean, that's a preference of a particular individual. That's their preference. I mean, most people that I see honestly wear, I think, masks that they bring in, that they provide. But we have all the PPE that as Mr. General just said, I think that anybody would want at this point.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thanks, Ms. Beal. Ms. Hayes and then Ms. Conway, if you can let me know if there's anyone else in the queue, and if not, we'll move on with the agenda.
Just 2 quick comments. I'm not so sure all the teachers or staff, excuse me, might, maybe they don't know where all the masks are. I'm sure the building administrators might say, no, like they're always in this, I don't know. But could we maybe, is it worth looking into giving every teacher, every staff, here's a stash of 20 masks to encourage daily mask switching out? So that's one question. And then my second question is, because I'm sure Ms. Condolian is not the only one who uses, the same mask for the whole week. But my second question is, when we also have our website down, it concerned me that it was down for 5 days and some teachers, some parents didn't know how to get a hold of building nurses. And if we want parents to talk to the nurses about if they have any symptoms or COVID or whatever, like they might not know how to get the emails. So if in future, could we make the protocol be like, here are all the steps for an emergency and who you need to contact per building? So those are my 2 comments.
Sure.
They always could be able to call the school if the.
Well, email is still working,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, I
Weekend
think putting something, sure, we could certainly work to do that.
We tell people on the weekend, if your kid is sick, to email the
Right.
nurses.
Right, correct. Yeah, I agree with you. We could certainly do that.
Ms. Conway, is there anyone else in the queue? And I would just remind everyone, please send a message to Ms. Conway via the help desk if you would like to join the queue for a comment or a question.
There are 2 more in the queue. The first one is Colleen Jameson with a question on the agenda.
All right, thank you. Ms.
Hi,
Jameson?
Yeah.
Colleen Jameson, 1806 Westfield Street, Oakhurst. I would just like to start off by saying I have the utmost respect for the majority of our teachers at school. I have the pleasure to work with quite a few of them at the elementary school as a substitute. And, you know, being in the building and experiencing what they experience working with the children, I feel very safe and comfortable being in the building. I provide my own mask. I provide my own hand sanitizer. And I'm thinking that if I felt that I needed more to protect myself, that I would take more of a personal responsibility and not just rely on the school supplies. I think that our schools have done a wonderful job. I think our custodial staff does a fantastic job cleaning our schools. However, I am finding a few things, and please stop me if it's not part of the agenda and I kind of go off. But first thing I'd like to say is there's a vaccine shortage, period. So it's very difficult for all people to get vaccinated right now, regardless of what your choice is. Whether you choose to or choose not to is your body, your choice. I feel that based on that, I don't think the teachers should have to state at all whether they are vaccinated or not, whether they name themselves or don't name themselves. I think that whatever they choose to do with their personal self is their personal choice. I don't need to know who is or isn't. It doesn't affect me. I decided to, you know, take the risk and send my children to school. I decided to take the risk and send myself to school and help our teachers. I didn't ask for any special mask. I didn't ask for any special direction. I didn't ask for anything for myself. I do what I feel comfortable with that gets me through the day working in the building. I'm thinking that if it's really important to you, that I'm sure with your individual personalized insurance or pay out of your pocket, if it's that important, that you can possibly try and set up your own appointment for a vaccination if you're really concerned that it's not coming fast enough for you. We're coming up upon a year. It was, you know, almost a month from now from where we were when this whole thing started. And hearing that we still have trouble with teachers wanting to come to school. And again, I have respect for all of you. The problem I have is there's nurses, there's grocery store workers, my husband, who's an electrician. All of these people have been doing their job every day since day one in public, amongst others, from the beginning. They were looked as heroes. They were looked upon as, you know, all of these wonderful people to do this. Granted, you could say they are a hero or not. It's their job. You have a job. You have a responsibility. You chose to take a job in the community. If you're not comfortable going to work to do your job, what are we then doing to help our teachers to be able to take time off or a personal leave or, you know, anything that they feel that they might need to do? Because I do have respect for people that have these, you know, legitimate concerns. I'm not dismissing that there's concerns. I understand that. But in order to take that time, you're throwing other people into that, like myself as a substitute. Granted, like I said, I'm willing to do that. I don't have the same concerns that others have. I feel that I'm pretty healthy, so I feel that I can do that. But these people that also have these concerns, are you going somewhere on the weekend? Are you going to the grocery store? Did you get your hair cut? Are you getting your nails done? Have you been to the Starbucks drive-through? Have you been out to eat at a restaurant? All of these places also have risks. So if you're going there, then you can teach. You can stand behind a plexiglass shield and you can teach children. In the upper grades, they sit at a desk. In the younger grades, they want to hug you. They want to touch your hands. They want to hold your hand in the hallway. Those are the teachers that I feel are even more at risk than some of the older educators. But they shouldn't be classified. Everybody should have the same opportunity for a vaccination, and everybody should feel the same level of comfort when they go to work every day. But it's really difficult to hear the same concerns over and over again, but yet where is that level of personal responsibility for making sure that you're using a mask that is comfortable for you? You shouldn't be using the same mask on a Monday, and then the following Monday you're using the same mask. And if that is the case, and the school's not doing something for you, get your own mask. And no offense to the teacher, I'm just stating this generally, but at some point it has to become a personal concern to take care of yourself, to then help ourselves, to help our school, to help our students, to give them a valuable education. And also on a side note, which this may not be on here as the agenda, and I can wait till later if I need to, but going back to substitutes, which I know that we have had a big problem finding enough coverage. Are we still using the company that we had that was helping us provide substitutes? And if you want me, I can bring that back up later if you would choose.
Thank you, Ms. Jameson. I think we can probably just address that quickly. We are, but they have not met with much success in finding us
Yeah,
additional substitutes.
there's
Thankfully, we don't pay them unless they were able to provide a service, right? So
Correct.
it's not like the district is losing money, but I think Dr. Spankowitz and Mr. Janner have provided, probably not for a little while, actually, updates on that. Unfortunately, it hasn't borne fruit.
We've had one consistent sub for a number of weeks now from the agency who's been an excellent addition to our staff, but just the one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Conway, anyone else in the queue?
Yes, there are. There's a few with, Mike Riley would be next with a PPE question.
Go ahead, Mr. Riley. I don't see you, but please go ahead.
Hi, everybody. This one's real quick. We spoke about it at the task force, but there was no decision made. We know that the vast majority, from what I'm seeing, of the students and the staff they're wearing masks. But there are some who are wearing the bandanas, and others very rarely are wearing those handkerchiefs, the Desperado, Old West looking things. Is there any way that we can just basically ban those last two? Because we know that they're not effective. The bandanas, they have made 2-ply bandanas, but the majority of those are 1-ply bandanas. So rather than turn us into bandana police, can we just simply request that people wear masks?
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Dr. Spinker, do you want to touch on this?
Yeah, and you're right, Mike. We talked about that at task force. I haven't had a chance to just look into the further CDC guidelines. From what I understand, the CDC is either putting out or about to put out new guidelines for schools. So yeah, I think we can, provide very clear-cut expectations for what type of mask can be used.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Ms. Conway, and just as a, Ms. Conway, go ahead.
Yes, Teddy Kernizan also had a question about PPE.
Go ahead. I don't see him. Can you unmute, please? Ms. Conway, can you unmute him?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Kernizan.
Is he unmuted?
He
Ms.
is
Conway?
unmuted.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Kernizan? The next person is Pam Gutman. She had a follow-up to her question.
Go ahead, Ms. Gutman.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, so first of all, I just want to clarify something. In the beginning, when there was a shortage of PPE, we in the hospital did exactly what that teacher did. We had paper bags I left them in my car, and we would recycle the N95s for a maximum of, they told us at the beginning, 2 weeks. Now that they have enough PPE, our hospitals, any hospital I work at provides us with PPE. Wegmans provides their workers with PPE. I feel like, and I know you're saying we have it, but I don't feel that, and I appreciate that. I don't feel like it's our teachers and our staff's responsibility to obtain their own PPE. We, and I know you said you have it, but I'm just putting that comment out there, should be providing them with appropriate PPE. Now, my question, and just for the record, vaccine appointments are impossible to find at this point. So I don't necessarily think that that's going to be helping us so quickly in the future. My question is, can you send out something that like kind of updates everybody? Because some people may have thought that we still needed to put these KN95s or N95s in bags. Can we send out something that says, and I mean, I just went on the CDC site quickly, it's an 8-hour maximum. So you can put it in a paper bag if you use it for 2 hours and use it for a maximum of 8 hours unless it gets soiled or wet. But can we send something out to the teachers to kind of like guide them as to what to do? Like the fact that your KN95 goes underneath your surgical mask, like stuff like that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Gutman, for the suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, I will just say that since the beginning of the school year, we have had, and we have stated it over and over and over again, that we have plenty of PPE for our staff. We have been in school for 5.5 months, and we certainly have never heard, I've never heard that people can't get the PPE that they need. And we certainly have never, I don't recall ever anyone directing our staff to recycle PPE. So, you know, to my knowledge, this has really been a non-issue. And I think if staff needs PPE, they just need to ask for it, and we will provide it, which is what we've been saying since the summer.
Thanks, Dr. Stabenkwitz. Ms. Conway, anyone else in the queue? And just as a reminder, I think, you know, we could say all this pertains to the reopening of school. I think we're straying a bit from agenda items, but I think we can say all of this could connect to the expansion of the reopening of school. But let's try to stick to agenda items for this comment session. Anyone else, Ms. Conway?
Yes, there is. Eileen Theodore has a comment about Gators.
Thank you, Ms. Theodore.
Yes, hi. Eileen Theodore, OT, occupational therapist at OTIS. I was hoping that you could, along with what Mr. Riley said about bandanas, the gaiters. I know that the CDC says they can wear 2-ply, but there's no way for us to tell if these gaiters are 2-ply. They look very thin, and the kids don't put them all the way over your nose. Yes, we do direct them to put them up, but they do not seem to do as well as a mask.
Thank you, Ms. Theodore. We appreciate the comment. And I think if we, you know, send a mask reminder or mask clarification out,
Sure.
you can point out what is allowed and what is not allowed.
Correct.
And all of the improper usage. Thank you, Ms. Theodore. Ms. Conway, anyone else?
Teddy Kernizan was having problems with his sound. He also had a question about PPE. I don't know if we want to try.
Sure, we can try again. And if not, we can try in the second comment session.
All right.
Oh, he
Mr.
just
Kernizan?
entered the waiting room.
Yeah,
He must be coming in on something else.
He looks like he was just looking to get readmitted to the meeting, Ms. Conway. I just let him back in. Mr. Kernizan, can you unmute yourself?
I can. Can you guys hear me?
There we go. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Sorry about all that.
That's all right.
So I just want to clarify because I feel like some people are asking the question, and so I just wanted to ask, so are there masks for every teacher? If every teacher wanted a new mask every day, you're saying that that's available to us?
Go ahead, Ms.
Yes.
Jenner. Yes, that was when we started ordering over the summer. That was the goal, to stockpile and get to a position where there could be a new mask available for every teacher every day, in addition to having masks on hand for students who came to the buildings without masks on them, or lost them during the day, or they broke, or they lost them, whatever it might be. So go ahead, Mr. Johnson, do you want to just elaborate on that, just in terms of our supply? And if we started today?
I mean, we closely monitor our supply, and as we get low, we have an inventory system set up between each school and our facilities department and their head custodians. And as the supplies start to get low, we will order, or have ordered, and will order more.
Okay.
The availability of
Thank you,
masks
Mr. Ferguson.
especially is far greater now than it was a year ago.
Absolutely. Yeah, there was a
Sure.
time where we were worried about, how much we could get and when we could get it, but masks are in a large supply now, and prices have come down. So it's not an issue, as long as that inventory communication continues. We'll be fine.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification, for the question, so we could clarify. Ms. Conway, anyone else? If not, we'll move through the agenda.
There was one more person, and Nader Lisa Bakos. And she said it was an agenda item.
All right, Dr. Bakos?
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm in the car. So can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I've suggested this before, and I would like to suggest it again. I hear so much about fear and just, I feel like there's a lack of information and a lack of knowledge. And I would again suggest maybe having a medical professional, especially, a physician who is very involved in decision-making processes, or involved in school reopenings as a general thing, research and the like, to come in and speak to the teachers and explain the data that's out there, not only from our own township, which has been amazing, but from throughout the world, throughout the country, throughout the world, in situations that are much worse than what we have in terms of lack of mitigation. The data is very reassuring and very and very uplifting. And I feel like if people had this information, they wouldn't be so scared. And I feel like in a setting like this, just having people say, well, this is what the vaccine does or doesn't do, or this, when they don't necessarily know for sure, or they're giving secondhand information, is not necessarily helpful. It would be much more helpful for someone who is an expert in this area to kind of explain what vaccines can and can't do, what to do. So the suggestion to wear a surgical mask over an N95, that's really for hospital employees when you have direct droplets coming into your face because you're over someone that you're directly doing things to. This is all double masking is a discussion that people are talking about in terms of double cloth masks. There's a lot of stuff out there. But it's just something that I feel like maybe an expert could come in and explain this all to someone, to the teachers or to the staff in general, may be helpful just to make them feel less nervous in general.
Thank you, Dr. Bakos, for that suggestion. Dr.
Yeah,
Stefanko?
we've had medical professionals, one who met with the high school staff from Robert Wood Johnson, talking a lot about vaccine. And we also had a full staff town hall with Dave Henry, who's the health officer for the Monmouth County Regional Health Commission, who was available for all of our staff to meet and talk with. We had about 220 staff members take advantage of that. So we have work to do that, Dr. Bakos, and we'll continue. We'll try to set something else up in the next couple of weeks for those who weren't able to join those particular meetings.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Conway, anyone else come into the queue?
Denise Day did have a question, but I can't contact her. I'm not sure if she's still in the meeting. She did
All right,
have.
we can always, if you don't see her, we can go back to her in the second session.
Yeah, she had a PPE question, and that would be all that's in the queue.
Janice, I just had a quick question.
I would just, if I may, I'm sorry, Ms. Fuller. My apology, I didn't hear. I was just going to say, if anyone who is a staff member who has a PPE question could reach out to their principal or reach out to, Mr. Janarone or myself, would be happy to answer that question tomorrow or anytime they have that
Perfect.
question.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Ms. Hayes?
I just have a quick question. So at every building, do teachers need to ask for a mask, sanitizer, Clorox spray, whatever it is, and wipes? Is there a general place in every building that they do not need to ask permission to get any of this stuff? Can they just go get it whenever they want, have access?
Mr. Janarone?
You want me to?
Go ahead, Mr. Janarone.
And of course, it varies from school to school, but in general, there is a supply in each classroom. And once that's depleted, the custodians refill it. But it may depend on what the item is. Face shields, for instance, is not something that we have in each classroom, but if someone wanted that, we can certainly, give that to them. So it depends on what it is. Hand sanitizer, wipes, surgical masks, there should be a supply in each classroom.
And if there isn't, they have to ask a custodian? They
Correct.
can't walk into
Yeah,
a
correct.
supply
Like
closet by
anything
themselves?
else, they would ask a custodian, yes.
They can't go into a supply closet by themselves?
No, we do not allow staff to go into supply closets.
I think that's typical for all school supplies, but that's certainly something that's worked out at this building level.
Particularly chemicals and sanitizers, those things.
Sure, but more
right.
about the masks and the
Right.
PPE. All right, thank you, everyone. Let's move on. Mr. Weinstein, approval of minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Move to approve the meeting minutes in accordance with Board of Education bylaws number 0618, recording of board meetings for February 2nd, 2021. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions?
Passed.
The motion carries.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Weinstein. Financial management and resource services, Ms. Tortorello.
We have 4 items for discussion tonight. Sorry, I'm having some technical issues here.
On screen as well with those.
Okay, thank you. 8.1, discussion use of facilities indoor. Board of Education Administration will discuss the indoor use of facilities, school buildings by outside groups for the month of March and or beyond as per the below. 8.2, budget 2021, 2022 enrollments. Board of Education Administration will continue budget discussions for the 21-22 budget. Student enrollments will be discussed as per the attached. 8.3, budget 21-22 personnel. Board of Ed Administration will continue budget discussions for the 21-22 budget. Personnel requests will be discussed as per the attached. And last, 8.4, budget 21-22 capital budget. Board of Ed and Administration will continue budget discussions for the 21-22 budget. The capital budget and reserve accounts will be discussed as per the below.
Thank you. Let's deal with 8.1, the discussion of use of facilities first, and then we'll head on to our budget topics for this evening.
Okay, this is our monthly discussion on use of facilities for indoor group, for indoor of the facilities, indoor inside the schools for outside groups. Again, we're looking for the month of March and where we are as far as the comfort level. Up until this point, we have not allowed outside groups to use the indoor facilities. So I want to throw it out to.
We're probably in the same place.
That would be my recommendation. I know we do have.
I said we're probably in the same place where since we don't have fans and people coming to our events, right?
Right, we're still there with there are no right? The public's not allowed to come watch a basketball game. So, how do we let people come in to use the buildings? And we have discussed, and maybe we'll get to that point when that maybe there's an additional fee we can build into the policy for additional cleaning and disinfecting when we do get to that point. So I know we've discussed that, and I have that, on the list. But into April, the weather will be a little different, and then that may be a better time to look to do this, especially since most of the activities will be outside at that point.
But Ken, just to kind of clarify, so like the Mid-Monmouth basketball, is that going on or not going on?
Not in our school.
Not in our schools.
If they're somewhere else, I don't
The
know.
league is competing.
They're just not, they're not using our schools for any.
Other school, it's happening in other school buildings. A lot of private schools are letting their facilities be used.
They are.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But the private schools are also, oh no, I guess they can't let parents in.
No, the spectator rules are still the same.
Well, and in the spring too, you can even open up, the doors and the windows just to kind of let the air circulate a little bit better once the weather gets
Well, we
better.
let them mold it, so we got to be careful about that.
Yes,
Well,
it
I
would-
don't know if You have
yes,
to worry
right.
about that in the spring. Really? Mold in the spring?
Mm-hmm.
I can understand after the humidity of the summer. in the
Yeah, it's
fall,
usually more of a summer thing, but
it's
it can
just
happen
other
anytime.
irritants, other pollen, other things. You just got to be careful about opening, the windows at any
Yeah,
point.
I think we should keep in mind too, we're talking about after school, not when
Yeah.
students are present and on the weekends. So,
Right.
right, we're not talking
Right.
about letting anyone use the buildings when students are present. This would
Correct.
be outside of school hours, outside of a need for our student purposes. This is, that's what we're talking about, so.
So should
and
we
still
make,
abiding by whatever capacity limits are being put in place by the state at the time.
so
when we
should
decide to move
should we make some kind of consideration for like, our Ocean Township rec Mid-Monmouth leagues and things like that, or not?
I think we've said from when we started talking about this, we kind of said when we start allowing people to be in, like a teacher, a kid that wants to look at the school to see if they can come, they want to go to Ocean Township or like anything like that, when that starts to be able to happen, then we'll start thinking about groups. I mean, I think that's kind of been the temperature of the board is
Mhm.
when we as a whole, as a district, not even us, as a district are allowing people to come in, that we wait till that point.
And I think that's, and Ms. Beal, I see your hand raised, so feel free to unmute yourself to join the conversation. What you're talking about, Ms. McGovern, is during school when other kids are there, right?
Even after, we don't allow people in.
Okay, but,
You know.
right, so but we should make sure we're making that distinction between requests that are for after school and, the restrictions on athletic attendance, unfortunately, it's not up to us, I think, right? That's being imposed upon us by the state at this point. We can't unfortunately do anything about that. Ms. Beal and then Ms. Gilman?
Do we have any requests?
We have, yes,
Running requests.
right, running requests.
Could you detail the requests that are currently pending? Or who would take advantage of this if we were to change policy?
Well, I'm sure our
Rec would, I think rec would, I think some of our churches
churches,
probably would, or. some of
and
the
then there's
other-
sporadic things that happen, during the year.
There's, there's groups that hold meetings like, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, those are the kind of folks who would probably.
Are there any, and not at this time, but presuming we actually get a spring in New Jersey, March, April, would there be outdoor facilities that they could utilize?
Yeah, I mean, we're allowing outside usage. We did in the fall. Of course, there's not much activity now, but in the spring, I would assume we would continue since we are allowing it in the fall for outside usage, soccer fields, lacrosse, so on.
So it's strictly the indoors that currently not being utilized, but are requested from those various groups.
Correct.
But how much money would we be making, for lack of a better word, if we allowed this in March? Aren't most of those groups the ones that don't pay, that or pay not a lot?
Some yes, some no.
Yeah, most are not.
Probably the
Yeah, the
churches
groups,
are the
churches, we do make money on,
biggest
yes.
one.
Yeah, I think it's more that, the rec leagues and Mid-Monmouth and those town groups have, usually relied on our facilities to be able to kind of carry out their mission. So I don't think it's a money thing. It's more of if we don't feel like we can control it and we think it's more of too much more of a risk and a hassle, then we should probably look the other way, not look the other way, but, not go ahead. But I guess I'm a little bit in the middle on that because we do let our own kids practice basketball. And Jim, do you have an opinion on this or?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, our own kids, I mean, just to speak to your point right now, I mean, our own kids practice, that is something that we're going to do. I think the month of March will be, I think March is going to be a very telling month as to how things are going to progress. I think we should hold off in March for the indoor and then, as we get into April and, if cases keep continuing to drop and things like that, then I think, similar to the spring could become similar to what we did in the fall.
Okay.
And just out of curiosity, is there a way, presuming we do not allow in March, but let's say April or even May, is there a way or is there a system in place where group is not excluded? So because it sounds like we have a variety of organizations or affiliations that are interested. So is there a way to have a fair process? For example, if it's strictly to a youth program, then that's something across the board. Any youth program would be able to versus we'll allow a youth, but not a religious. I just want to make sure that there is a process that we will implement to ensure that we are not excluding any groups.
Yeah, policy.
Yeah, we have a policy that speaks to acceptable use and how you apply, and that goes through Mr. Janaron's office and comes to us. But we could decide to phase it in if we were more comfortable with that first we would let the town programs use it and then we would open up to the public. We could have that discretion if the board decided that we wanted to, that we could phase it in if that's a way that the board felt more comfortable to have a backstop on, any concerns we might have to see how it goes if we wanted to do it that way. But as you said, we can't discriminate between like organizations, one church over another and things like that.
But we could exclude certain organizations if we just say something like you said, like Ocean Township only or youth only.
I think we would probably, and if I could just ask those at home to please mute if you're, can I ask that folks at home please mute? Thank you. I think we wouldn't want to phrase it as we are excluding certain groups, more as that we were phasing in a reopening of our facilities. That would probably be the better way to phrase our approach.
We have different tiers of people.
Right. So if you look in the use of facilities policy, which I think is attached, right?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Yeah. So there should be the schematic in there that details the different types of organizations. It should also have the fee schedule in there as well. And so we could start, by opening it up to some of those, all of those, et cetera, once we get to that point. Ms. Gilman?
Well, you mentioned briefly, Ken, and when I looked at both the policy and the regulations, our fee schedule needs to have extra custodial built into it as well. And I thought about that when I looked at the fees, because if we're going to use the inside, or a group is going to use the inside, we're going to need extra cleaning. So that just needs to be adjusted in our policy and regulation.
Yeah, I think we could have a COVID fee, like every place else has a COVID fee.
My cable company charges.
Like the
me a
dentist,
fee, so
right? There's a
not sure
COVID
why,
fee for everything. But I think, yes, Ms. Coleman, you're right. We would need to make sure that we are not losing out, right, by opening our facilities up to anyone. All right, any other discussion on 8.1?
Nope.
All right, seeing none, we'll go to Mr. Janarone for budget.
All right, budget. I love budget.
Almost as much as the audit.
Be the only
I
one.
can't
We're
see the
glad.
smile. I
Yeah,
can't see the
maybe
smiling
almost as much
faces.
as the audit.
Okay. Yeah, I know starting at 9:30 is never good for my presentation here. But nevertheless, we need to, some things we need to carry on with, and budget is certainly one of them. Last workshop meeting, we went over some general revenues and expenditures and the tax levy and some of the overall situations in the budget and how they work. So this meeting, we'd like to dive a little bit more into the requests for next year. And for the board members that have done this before, these are original requests that we've gathered, and I went over the process last meeting from the schools, from the departments, from the principals, from everywhere. So these are the requests, the large requests that have been submitted to us. And so this is where we're going to go over this today. We have not made, decisions. As of yet, we have not come up with the administrative priorities. That's something we're actively working on. There's a lot of review and different ways we look at things to see if things can be done differently. Just repurposing of different, whether it's staff or equipment, and questions as to how long something will last, what we need to do for any new, whether it's equipment or staff, or just really trying to get to the bottom of all the requests and, what the effects are on the requests, both financially and operationally. So tonight, we're going to look at our technology requests. We're going to look at some capital requests, personnel, and along with personnel, we'll look at our enrollments. So first, I think we should go to, because we have a few guests with us tonight. We have Patrick O'Neill, our educational technology supervisor, and if he's still here, hopefully, and Mike Hall, if you're still here, our network administrator, and of course, Kelly Weldon, the assistant superintendent for teaching and learning, will also join in, and we're going to go over some of the, and of course, Mr. Weinstein, the chairperson of the technology committee, may jump in at different times or lead it off if he would like. And we'll go through the items on the technology, again, requests, and then we'll go through the other ones. We'll go to enrollment and then to personnel, and we'll finish off with capital.
So just to kind of kick it off for Kelly and Mike and Pat. So the budget that we have here is actually more reflection of the infrastructure needs than the tools we need in the classroom. And from talking with Kelly and Ken, that a lot of those investments were made this past year on tools for the in class. But the infrastructure needs for us, I think, continually kind of go up, and the lifespan between infrastructure upgrades probably continues to get shortened. So I think that's the budget that you see here, I think, is a kind of reflection of that. And what I was really happy about was when I was told, when Kelly and Mike and Pat and Kelly and Mike were kind of talking with me about it, that they, kind of have this working understanding of when to invest in classroom things and when to invest in infrastructure. And some years it's more on one and less on the other. So I just wanted to give you that context to that. So it's much more about infrastructure investments, I think, this year than it is about inside classroom things. Okay. Kelly, did you want to kind of take over for that, or?
Sure, that was great. Thank you for that intro. That you absolutely encapsulated how we feel this year with some of the different things we need. But I will let Mike and Pat talk to you about the specifics in their presentation.
And Marianne, I think if you go to the other presentation first, please. There we go. So Mike, Mr. Hall, you want to take it from here?
Sure. Marion, can you go to the next slide down? So beginning of the presentation is, we'll go over the infrastructure, past initiatives we've had, Chromebook distribution, educational technology, then the technology learning platforms, it's T-Mobile hotspots, and then achievements and events. Next slide, please. So, past initiatives we've had, Dell Tech Direct. The IT staff's been certified since 2018 for Dell Chromebook and desktop repairs. What that allows us to do is do warranty repair works on the Chromebooks, and gets us Chromebooks back to students much quicker. And it's been a real good success. Then we've done this past year, we've done replacement of the bus radios along with the repeater. They were quite old and it was time. We've also done replacement of the phone systems throughout the district. And this took a couple of years just because of budgeting. It's a high cost. This year we finished it. We did the high school this year and also the classrooms in Wanamassa and OTES. Wayside, we had done the classroom phones prior. The others, high school and intermediate school, we haven't done the classroom phones, and that's still something we'll look at in the future, but not right at this moment. We also increased the bandwidth, 2.5-fold. It went from 2 gigabits to now 5 gigabits. So huge increase in speed there. We replaced the high school and intermediate school main switches in the buildings. They were 10 years old, and I'll get more into that when I talk about the new initiatives as well. We had a wireless audit done before school just because of everything going on. We wanted to make sure that we would be able to accommodate everybody with the remote learning and in-session learning and everything like that. We had to, with that, we moved around some APs, but part of that also was looking at replacing our network infrastructure, which is aging. We also added webcams to all the classrooms to aid in instruction in these trying times. We put tripods in, we put ceiling mounts in, we ran cables in every classroom. Try to make it the best environment as possible. Obviously it's not the best environment, but as much as we could possibly for the staff and students. And then of course, we did the Chromebook distribution to include preschool. Normally preschool is not included in it, but because of the times we're in, we thought it was very important to include them. And we also provided cases to all grades now. In the past, we've done 6 through 12. And, with everybody bring home devices and to, help keep the devices safe, we decided to do from preschool to 12 with cases this past year. Next slide, please. So that brings us to this coming year, what's in my budget for this coming year. And that's the infrastructure, mostly wireless network replacement and the switches. The wireless network is now, and these budget requests are, I want to say, are driven by the learning environment. As the learning environment really drives our network requirements. When we originally installed the wireless and network switches, we have grown exponentially in devices and also needs. We're talking the wireless network is 8 years old. The network switches are a little older than that even. So we have grown a lot. Instruction has changed a lot, and technology has changed a lot. Faster chips, better ways of doing things now. The wireless network we're looking at has an AX, is the next generation. It's the AX standard, Wi-Fi 6 they're calling it. And it'll give a lot of benefits in speed, battery life, and everything like that on devices that have the AX chip, which right now not many does, but it'll also give benefits to older devices as well because of the increased speed of the chips in it. You can cram more data down the down the pipe with the faster chips. And the switches, they, right now, now, they are aging out. Newer switches have better technology to give users a better experience. They have faster chips. They also have better speeds. So right now, the wireless network, along with the switches, are running at 1 gigabit. The new wireless network, if we went to that, would allow through the backbone to go 2.5 gig, transmit and receive at 2.5 gig. So it would be 2.5 times faster. And the switches right now, they're only are capable of 1 gig. The newer switches will allow the capability of 2.5 gig. Even though we do the wireless, they would be backward compatible with older switches, and it would be definitely be an improvement. But with the new switches, along with that, it will give you the 2.5 gigs of between the wireless access point and the switches, and it would also allow our backbone to be upgraded to a 40 gig backbone. So there's a lot of benefits to that to help the educational side and help give the users a better experience and less less lag time and overall much better experience.
Mr. Hall, Ms. Gilman had a question actually on this slide.
Sure.
Yes, Mike. So for the past initiative, we replaced switches for the high school and intermediate school, correct?
Just the main switch. The high school has multiple switches in it.
Yeah, so I saw the line item, 8 switches for $154,000.
Correct.
Okay. That's you tell me. That's normal.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, 1,056 ports. You could do more. You could do more switches to get the same port count. I go with chassis mounts for a number of reasons. The power outlets, we're limited in power too. So, with chassis mounts, you can go with less outlets there. You can switch out modules in them where otherwise you'd have to change out the whole switch. So, we would have to do, just because of port count, you have to think about the port count, and a port is actually any device that connects into that. Could be a wireless access point, could be a security camera, could be a door access. So there's multiple devices that go into that. But yeah, switches aren't cheap, wireless not cheap. But that is correct.
Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
No, you can go on. Thank you, Mr. Hall.
You're welcome. Next slide, please. And this just is a quick chart of useful lives and depreciable lives of assets. I'm not really going to dwell on that. It's it's basically just shows that things have to be replaced at certain points, or should be replaced at certain points. Next slide, please. And this is our Chromebook distribution. Normally we do grades 5 and 9, but every 4th year we'll do grades 4 as well. And that what I'll do is keep it current technology wise. So all because the Chromebooks have a lifespan and an update span. We've gotten a long life out of our Chromebooks for the most part, but that like the Samsungs that we're currently using for the preschool, we can't update them anymore. So if they're so if something stops working on them software wise, there's nothing we can do. It is what it is at that point. So we'd like to try to keep a cycle going, and reason we do 4th grade, because normally everything stays in the classroom, and hopefully we'll return to that shortly. But the 4th grade is a testing grade, and 3rd grade is a testing grade, so they have to have the most current devices, so they're always being able to be updated.
Ms. McGovern has a question on this slide.
Sure.
So the 4th graders that are getting them next year, are they going to then turn them in and get new ones again in 5th grade? Or do we go out of cycle a little bit?
Normally they stay in the class, this is not odd year, obviously.
Oh, right, so stay.
Because they normally stay in the classrooms. So 4th grade, it stays there for 4 years usually. And I'm hoping I might be being very optimistic, but I'm hoping that we go back to normal sometime soon, where we can return to that. But yes, they would get new ones in 5th grade, but the 4th grade ones would stay with the elementary school itself.
The building, okay.
Yeah.
And the 5th grade ones would also stay in the room for that year
Right.
until the end of that year. If we could get back to a place where we were functioning the way we used to.
Correct.
Can I ask if we think the machines, since they are going home with all the kids every day and back and forth, do we think that we're going to at some point have to adjust our replacement schedule because they are getting more use and more wear and tear? Because I don't think we envisioned, right, this kind of intensive use and transport.
Yeah, we're hoping that we'll be able to keep repairs up on them. So far we have been, parts are still available for the most part. So that's my hope, because it is very costly to do the replacements along with all the other budget items.
Mike, has the percent of repairs per units out there, has it gone up substantially because of this from previous years?
It has gone up, but it hasn't gone up substantially, I would say. Maybe 10-15%.
Okay.
But yeah. Any other questions?
Yes, Mike, it's Irene again. I have a question about the sustainability. So when we replace these computers, they go back to the company?
No. So what we do, so the 8th grade and the 12th grade, when they hand them in, we'll take them, we'll clean them up, we'll refurbish them, anything that needs to be replaced, and then we bring them down to elementary schools.
Okay, and when we are finished with them?
Then we put them up on Gov Deals and sell them all.
Great, wow, that's wonderful.
So, and last time we made a good profit on, no, not a good profit, but less of a loss than we would have normally had.
Yeah, there are resellers out there, and we looked at resellers, but well, I think it was about $18,000, Mike, I think we got for the last batch.
Correct.
Where we were being offered $3,000 to $5,000 from resellers, we were able to get about $18,000 on the Gov Deals, that's the electronic, bidding site that we utilize for all of our property that's obsolete.
That's good news. And one other question about the preschool. Is there any way we can apply for a grant for preschool Chromebooks? Is there anything available for a grant for them?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of.
But
So,
we could look into it.
thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
And just a quick, as Mike is showing you the Chromebook distribution for the newer board members, and Mr. Weinstein alluded to this in the beginning, this is one of our plans. We have several different ones, the teacher laptop plan/schedules that we project out into the future to try to do what Mr. Weinstein had said was really plan our expenditures going forward. So when one thing drops off, we have another thing filling in, and the telephones were a good example of that. We cycled them through, now they're dropping off, and now that's why now we've been able to time that with the wireless network, in which Mr. Hall will talk a little bit more about, and because that's a large expenditure as you see. So that servers, Chromebooks, laptops, a lot of this, they're all in cycles, and you saw from the one slide about the useful life, we can project when these things are going to deteriorate and not be as useful to the end user, to the teacher and the student. So that's how we try to predict where we're going to be for future budgets. Go ahead, Mike.
And I believe Pat's, so go to the next slide, please. I believe Pat's up next. Yeah.
Everybody, can you hear me? You guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm glad my mic works. All right, so a couple of these platforms that we've added this year, just to piggyback on what Mike said, the Chromebooks and the switches and the internet and the broadband and everything goes together with everything that we're trying to do in the classroom. The additions of the broadband would never have the amount of video with Zoom and Google Meets and everything that was going on in this past year, without the updates of those types of things, we would never be able to do what we're doing right now. So it plays such a huge part, those switches and everything, into all the things that we're doing in the classroom. I just wanted to say that first. But the second thing is, these are some of the platforms that we added this past year that we saw were very instrumental over the springtime that we implemented this school year. IXL was a program that we've expanded throughout the district. Screencastify is a program that every teacher has the ability to use to make videos for remote learning. Link It again is more database driven instruction through testing. Reflex Math, it's touching our initiative of fluency at the elementary level. It's a new program that we were able to allocate some funds that we had to purchase this for K-5 this year. Zoom, we have a Zoom account for every school, for back to school nights, for conferences, for different things where for board meetings now, you know, to have over 500 applicants and things of that nature. Edpuzzle is a program in the middle school and the high school that through the math department that we were able to do. And Family Zone. Family Zone is a program that we piloted last year. Mr. Hall and I kind of collaborated on this. It's a program that allows the teachers and instructional assistants to be able to see what the students are doing on their Chromebooks at home. It allows us to see their screens. It allows us to have control over their Chromebooks. It allows us to filter things out for what they're doing at home. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mike. Filter sites out and things that what they're doing at home. So these are just some things that we started this year. We also budgeted for next year as well.
So Pat, so the main gist of this is that, from talking with Kelly, is that we got ourselves a nice collection of new technologies for the classroom. We now have to start, maximizing their usage, right? Or finding ways to maximize, right? Is that the general gist?
100%. We look at the performance and the usage reports all the time. I am constantly looking at if it's being used, not being used, how many times it's being used, who's logged in, who hasn't logged in, and we're looking at that all the time. Just technology changes daily. There are new programs every single day that come out that are, very great things, and we're looking at them. We're trying new things out. We constantly talk about other programs that we don't have that maybe other districts are using that we could possibly use. We purchase things that are being used, and we stop using things that aren't being utilized as best they can be.
Patrick, I have a question. Do you survey the staff to see what they think about these platforms? I remember using Link It, and there were some issues with that platform. So I'm just wondering, does the staff have input or feedback from these platforms that we pay for each year?
Right. Some of the platforms that we are using, like IXL and like Screencastify, were things that came out of the pandemic in the spring. These were things that teachers wanted, things that they were using that were free at that time. A lot of these companies gave you free access during the spring, and then, starting July 1st, it all ended. Things that weren't free anymore. But that's where we've started to every year we do this. Every year we kind of ask them what they think they want, and if we can find the money to budget for it, we try to do it the best we can. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Next slide. I think we can go on to the next slide now.
All right, so Steam Tank is a program that's run through the U.S. Army and New Jersey School Boards Association. I believe this is year 4 that they've been doing it. We've been a part of it every year. The first year, couple high school groups made it down to the finals down in Atlantic City. And our goal every year has been to broaden it. The first year was just a high school. Then the following year, we had just the high school and intermediate school. Last year, we had a couple elementary school participants. The deadline was actually moved back. I know it says the 8th. It was actually moved back again to the 12th. It was originally January 29th. They're kind of moving it back to help everybody. But at this time, We have high school people that have, that I know definitely have applied for it. I know that there's 13 at the intermediate school, and I believe each elementary school has as well. It kind of goes with the 4th grade Wonders reading curriculum. But part of it, we collaborate with the the coaches, the instructional coaches, and the ed tech specialists when they were there to kind of all collaborate together on this great initiative, which is a pretty cool project. If anybody doesn't know what Steam Tank is, it means it's like Shark Tank. The kids come up with a product that they pretty much invent, and they have to do a video where they explain what the project is and what problem it solves and how it would, better their lives.
Thank you. This is just one example of how the different, hardware that we put in place and then the software programs all lead to opportunities for students to showcase their skills.
I think that's it, right, Kelly? Are there any
Yep, that's
questions
the last
about?
slide. That's the last slide.
And of course, the other attachment had all the dollars, figures attached to what we were just discussing. So are there any questions from the board on technology? And we can go on to the next one.
Everything here is a 1, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Everything here is a 1?
We're still, this is our initial run through. So we have not prioritized everything yet. We're going through all the expenditures, as I've said. We also have our revenues coming in another, we won't have our state aid for another 2 weeks.
Right.
And then that'll really enable us to see, where we are total budget wise. And then we can look at comparative data from last year to this year, the projected for next year, I should say. And so we're not at that point yet. So these are all the initial review to give the board a good idea of the large items that have been requested and take any input you may have. And then for the next meeting, we'll have more details as far as where we are regarding all these capital, technology, and personnel.
Can, for the T-Mobile network access, is that hotspots for students that don't have internet access at home, or is that something in the building?
Correct, that's at home.
At home, okay.
Yes.
I have 2 questions. How much did we pay for the webcams? I'm a little concerned that we've heard a lot of complaints about the webcams that I'm just like envisioning us having to replace a whole bunch this coming year because they break or they don't like them or they're not useful.
Mike, I don't, do you remember approximately how much the webcams were? They about $100 each, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, around there, I believe.
Around that?
Yeah.
And we
haven't had many break, have we, since you're here?
We haven't had any breakage.
So the breaking's not the issue that I've heard teachers complain about. Is it something else? Is it?
I think early on, there was just some questions about the angles and where they were in the classrooms. I think we've worked a lot of those issues out.
Okay.
Yeah, we did a major overhaul of those webcams and really got them set up in a way that worked best for teachers. And since that time, we really haven't had too many requests through our help desk to fix a webcam issue.
Yeah, I think back in November, we
lot of it was
back in November, we put a little SWAT team together to look at all those things.
That was the tripods that I think,
Yeah, the
Mr. Hall.
tripods, right.
Tripods, extension poles, dual monitors. So we did a lot of different things to try to correct for different teachers like different resolution to any issue they had. So I think we're past that.
Forgive me for my dumb question, but I thought we took care of all the hotspot issues this past year and last year with those students that couldn't, access the internet. Am I
Well,
wrong?
it's an ongoing expense.
Oh, it's an
This is a monthly type.
You
Yes.
rent the hotspot,
Right.
you
Rent the
don't own the
hotspots.
hotspot.
Wasn't some of that, I thought some of that was.
It's like a cell phone, you have to rent the
So
service
it's a
every,
rental fee.
Yeah.
basically, yeah,
It's like
it's
the
a
internet
usage.
fee at home, but
Thank
we're
you.
paying for it.
It's like an iPhone.
Okay.
Mr. Hall, I like your background.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? We'll keep moving
Keep
so we can be done before midnight, hopefully.
Oh, gosh.
We're so aspirational.
Okay, Marion, if you could go to enrollment. Can I keep going?
Please.
Okay, if you could go to enrollment, please. All right, so we'll jump to enrollment. And you have the attachments there of the demographic study, which has a lot of information. You also have our ASSA data in those attachments, but I'm only going to go over the graphs tonight. Of course, if you have any questions about the detailed data, as we've said before, you can feel free to shoot me an email or any questions you may have about the more detailed data, but I'm going to go over the enrollment data overall. The ASSA numbers are what we're dealing with. I know the board has heard that term before, or that acronym, and that is the standard in which on October 15th, it's a snapshot in time for all school districts in the state of New Jersey. That's how we report our enrollments to the state. And so that's the report you see in the spreadsheet. And it has different numbers compared to other reports. And I think we've had this issue before. In the official state enrollment report, they do count share time students as half a student. So if you're wondering how we have half a student, it's not, we don't cut anyone in half. They may be a share time student. So it also does not include preschool. So our new preschool students, you will have to keep in mind that in 2019, we were at 70 regular ed preschool students. I went up to 105 this year, and then we're projected for about 195 next year. So keep that in mind when we look at these numbers. You can add them on, as we go through this. But to keep it apples to apples and to look at historical data, we're just looking at the ASSA numbers, but of course we need to keep all these other things in mind. So Marion, if you could go back to the graph, the total enrollment graph, please. There we go. Okay, so the graph you see here, and I have about 14 years of data here where we've gone down about 26% over the 14 years from 4,313, you see, down to 3,211 for the 10, 15, 20 year this October. And that compared to last October, we're down about 69 students. But again, take into consideration the preschool, and we're going to talk a little bit more about the numbers within these numbers. Of course, we've experienced that decline. And if you look at the demographic study, what that says, and that was updated last February, we have not had any updates this year yet with everything going on. I'm not sure if we would get reliable numbers right now, but going forward, we would certainly have to continue to do that. But in the last demographic study, it does project a little bit more of a decline and then a flattening out, and actually a little bit of an increase at the elementary level. So as our lower grade levels are now going through the intermediate school and have reached really the high school, we'll continue to decline as some of the bigger grades, I think 10th grade and 12th grade are some of the larger grades now, as they leave and they're replaced with kindergartens that are much lower in numbers. That will continue to bring our numbers down a little bit at the high school level. And then that will flatten out. And then the prediction is for the elementary levels to start going up again. And then of course, that'll take, 12 years for that to flow through. So, how much at this point, we don't know, but this is something that we track every year. We look at every year. We look at our kindergarten registrations at certain times this year and compare them to the same data, the same time from the prior year and in the year before that. So that's because a lot of the decisions that we make as far as staffing goes is relied upon some of these educated guesses as far as enrollment goes. So that's really the basis of that. Mary Ann, maybe you can go to the next slide. So as I said, the numbers within the numbers. So then our next graph with the overall enrollment going down, we still see some increases. And this is one of the areas, our free and reduced lunch applications. Now, please note that this year's totals, this is a problem statewide because, as everyone knows, we've discussed and we have free lunch right now for everyone. Okay, so you do not have to show economically disadvantaged to qualify for the free lunch. So, but a negative byproduct of that is it's been very difficult to get people to fill out a free or reduced lunch form that shows their income and shows, how, what, that they would qualify for free and reduced lunch because everyone's getting it anyway. So that's why our numbers are down now, and everyone's numbers are down throughout the state. The state so far is recognizing that, and they're allowing us to use our prior year October numbers for many of the things that were applications, things of that nature, in which we have to report those numbers. They're making allowances for that. So that's definitely why we have a drop in this October's counts. But as you can see, we've had over the years, even as our enrollment has gone down, our overall free and reduced lunch population has gone up. Okay, next one, please, Marianne. Okay, special education enrollment. This is another graph that's very similar. Even as our total enrollment has gone down over the years, our special education enrollment has gone up. So that has, of course, had staffing implications, in which the board has seen over the last few years. And when we get to personnel, you'll see some more requests in that regard. Okay, next. And ESL students, the same, similar to special education. You're always going to have some, ups and downs from year to year. But when you look at it, the trend over the years, a longer time, that we are up again, even though our overall enrollment numbers are down. And a demographic study, can really speak to some of these trends that we show here. And it goes over birth counts, goes over subgroups, goes over new housing, and goes over some of the cohort survival method, in which is utilized in some of the projections from the forecasting for enrollments. Okay, any questions on enrollments? I'm going to keep going. Or not. Okay, next, and I'm going to, again, we are now on the personnel requests, and I'm going to hand it off to Dr. Stefankiewicz. But before I do that, just one quick explanation. You'll see the column all the way to the right. You'll see an indication of a 1 or a 0, and that's just really the key as to whether that position qualifies for benefits or not. And then you'll see one of the last rows is the cost of benefits. It's an average cost. Of course, we have to take an average projection of what a new staff member would have, because there's a large variance between single or family coverage. So that's the reasoning for that. And with that, Dr. Stefankiewicz.
Well, thank you, Mr. Janarone. So when I was a kid, Sears used to put out a catalog around the holiday time. I don't know if any of you remember that. And it used to be called the Wish Book. And this is what this is kind of like, what we're looking at right now. This is the Wish Book. This is what all of our principals and others would wish for in a perfect world, where we weren't losing $500,000 in state aid, and we weren't trying to stay within a 2% cap and all those things. If I'm not mistaken, if you scroll down, all of this adds up to around $600 and some odd thousand dollars, $620,000. So this, what I'm gonna explain to you is what, if it were a perfect world and we could get what we want, this is what folks would want. This is not what ultimately we will be adding because of the reasons I just stated. We have great losses in state aid, which we don't know exactly what they're going to be yet. Revenues are down. This is, there's a lot of factors that come into this. So every year we go through the process, and Ms. McGovern kind of alluded earlier, is this a 1, is this a 2, is this a 3? We will work to prioritize all of these requests into what we consider to be non-negotiables, and then others that we feel we would like, certainly, but don't believe that we can afford at this time. And everything we do is based on priorities and realizing that if we're going to do something here, we may have to take away somewhere else. So, for example, we have really tried to pride ourselves on lower class sizes at the elementary level. That's a priority for us. But if we find that some of these things are something we really need that will benefit kids in the long run, then we make a decision that, maybe instead of classes of 15 and 16, we have classes of 18 and 19. And so we're able to get something else that we might want, right? So this is all of the process that we go through. So it's just important to understand everything on here is a wish. It's not necessarily going to make the final cut. And I know for a lot of the board members who've been through this process a lot, you understand that. For the newer board members and for the public who may be, because we have far more people watching us now than we typically do for this presentation. Just want to make sure that everybody kind of understands that. So if we go back to the previous slide. All right, so in this area of special education, and even though this particular first two are really looked at more as district-wide or district employees, not necessarily tied to one particular building. At this time, at least, right? So we typically budget for at least one new aide. And the reason we do that is because every year we usually have the need for one new aide that we haven't projected out because of a new enrollment or a new classification or whatever it may be. So typically we make that we budget for that position. Mrs. Ona has put in a request for an additional BCBA in the district. As most of you know, we have one, this position that we added in the district several years ago, and that's been going very well. But like with anything, the work for the one is primarily working at the elementary level, and there's a lot of work to do. So this would be a person that would focus primarily on the secondary level, both the middle school and the high school, and help out at the elementary level if able and the need is there. At the high school level, some of the things that you'll see, particularly the first one, is not necessarily one position, but potentially a sort of a conglomeration of multiple things that are coming off of our Career Pathways grant. As you know, this is the last year of the Career Pathways grant, and there are some recurring costs, particularly some of the stipends that we pay for folks will be now being picked up in the local budget. And so I think that represents sort of one grouping of monies that will go towards not just one individual, but multiple individuals. Summer Bridge, we're looking to expand our Summer Bridge program at the high school. Also, even into the intermediate school, more kids. This is a product of realizing that with all the lost time that has taken place in the last year, that more kids. We're going to get more kids involved in our summer programs to help those kids. Same thing with the Career Pathways. Once again, the second item is to cover those costs that are no longer being picked up by the grant. The next two, every year as clubs in the schools have existed for several years. The process that we go through is that we don't immediately start to, in most cases, we don't immediately start to fund an advisor for a club because we want to make sure that a club is sustainable and that the idea that somebody had 3 years ago to have a club has developed into a viable club, and that it's sustainable and that everything's moving on. And then once we reach a certain point, we look to add those folks into add a position or fund a club. So in this case, that's the garden club kind of falling into that category. The DECA advisor is not really that. The DECA advisor is more, the assistant DECA advisor in this case would be more a product of just the incredible increase that we've seen in DECA as a result of our Spartan School of Business and Finance. Kids who are in the Spartan School of Business and Finance have to be in DECA. So right now these are, over 100 kids. I mean, some kid probably well over 100 kids, and there's one advisor right now. So there's a desired need for that. And then also at the high school, we're looking to add a full-time teacher for the multiply disabled program. Some of this, I'll just also remind the board that this is a negotiation year with the association, and sometimes we will build club advisor requests into negotiations because most of these positions are within the contract. So, that sometimes happens. Yes,
Just
Irene.
one question. I remember in the grant, we had put in for a high school interventionist. That's not here because we requested it in the grant application.
Which grant are you talking about?
The grant for learning loss.
The learning loss.
Kelly has.
It's an equity coach. It's an equity coach interventionist. So that is really a position that we certainly like and would love to have, but that goes back to that priority sort of situation, something that, so if we got the grant, great. If we didn't, we envision that there would be other priorities that are needs over that, because you're talking about a full-time staff member with benefits. I mean, that's, but we have looked at some other, if we don't get the grant, we've looked at some other ways that we could potentially cover that, not necessarily with a full-time person, but perhaps with a stipended position or something like that. So it's a position we like. It's a position we think that could do a lot of good things within our district. But it might just take us a little time to get there. Okay. At the intermediate school, similar, some increases in our basic skills and the programs for our summer bridge program, increasing the hours there, as I mentioned. Some of the clubs that have been operating that we'd like to try to get on board and extend, and you see that. And then reinstating a stipend for the 5th grade band director. That kind of came out a few years ago because that was not a position that I don't think that was really happening. So we took that out, and then now I think there's a greater demand, and so I think that there's a request to put that back in. OTES. Some of this it's interesting because you see 30,000, 30,000, 30,000, and that none of those are full-time salaries, right? So part of what we are looking to do, not just at OTES, but across the elementary level is, for many, many years, we have had part-time basic skills teachers. And while those folks have, certainly done a lot of very good work for us, since we, a few years ago, went the interventionist route in the buildings, we've seen how the significant impact that the interventionists have at the elementary level. And so Ms. Weldon and I know the supervisors have talked a lot about really trying to transition away from our part-time basic skills people to more full-time interventionists, and that would not be a one-to-one. Obviously, we couldn't replace a part-time person with a full-time person. So the idea is to try to repurpose several part-time positions into a one full-time position. That's why you see that the amount is lower. So that's sort of the idea there. And then we have a part-time phys ed teacher position at Dow Avenue School that they would like to try to expand into a full-time position that would be responsible for teaching adaptive PE for our multiply disabled students. So there would be that's where that full-time would come in. Wayside, similar in terms of the interventionist. Right now, there's a request for an aide that would float between the pre-K. Realize there's an aide in all of our pre-K classes right now. This would be an additional position. And then also part-time to full-time pre-K teacher. That is sort of a product of the grant and increasing the number of moving away. Remember, part of what we're doing in this year's pre-K is there will not be any more part-time pre-K in special ed only. Everything is being integrated. Everything's full-time. There will still be some full-time self-contained pre-K for our most severely disabled students, but all the rest of our students will be in an integrated pre-K full-day program, no more half-day program. So that's a product of that. So we go down to the next slide there. So Guatemala, similar with the interventionist. There's a desire amongst the elementary folks to create a position of, we have our summer CAP program for elementary students that has grown more and more and more. And there's a desire to create a facilitator for that summer program, similar to what we have at the secondary level, someone who sort of runs the summer program, and similar to what we have for our ESY program. And we're also potentially moving that summer program over to Wayside from Dow Avenue. To just from space perspective, it's a larger program now, and we believe we can accommodate it better at Wayside. And then, of course, the last item is just all, as Ken explained, some of these positions, as they go to full-time positions, will carry with them health benefits, or if it's a new position full-time, of course, it will come with health benefits. But if it's a part-time position being moved to a full-time position, that will have to add health benefits. And when you add all of that up from everything you saw there, it comes out to be about a $200,000 expense for just the health benefit piece to all of those positions that would have to be added. Once again, not all of these will happen, but this is what we are looking at this point.
When you're gathering information, so you don't have to give this to me tonight, can you let us know what the number of students in the ESY program is versus the CAP program? Because I just to say, like, there's 80 kids here and there's 500 over here, and that's why it just might be a piece that we might want to know.
Yep. Well, and that is definitely something we're going to take a look at.
Right. And I know ESY has a lot of different intricacies, but it just would still be interested to know that.
And we do anticipate having in-person summer programs this year, or at least perhaps a combination, but some form of in-person this year is our thought at this point.
Right.
Okay, any questions on personnel? No? Okay, Marianne, I think you can go to.
I think Alex might have a question.
Go ahead, Alex.
I just had a quick question. If you could restate what Irene was asking about if we don't get the grant for the learning loss. And we can talk offline about this as per my email to you and Ms. Weldon a little bit more. Yep. But what are the possibilities to ensure that we get those positions if we don't get that grant?
Well, I mean, like we said, it's all about choices, right? So if we don't get that, we would have to prioritize whether it be the positions or the supplies or whatever it may be. Our budget is not one that can, if the board would like to go to an 8% tax increase over the cap and use all of our bank cap and so on, then we could possibly get all of those things. But that's not necessarily where we want to be financially. So we're going to have to make choices. And the grant was $156,000. If there was something in there that we think is, Kelly, do you want to go or?
Yeah, if
Go
I
ahead.
could just jump in, I would say that some of that work that you're talking about at the secondary level with the equity coach, interventionist, partial salary, some of that work would continue. It just, we wouldn't have a dedicated person to do it. Other people who exist right now would have to carry some of that load. It's part of what we try to do already. We were hoping that a dedicated person could help us do it better, but we would still do that work. The request at the elementary level is really more, is the one I'm really more worried about, that we probably would not have the money in the budget to provide that degree of professional development to our staff. Now, we try to provide that to our interventionists each year. So these new requests, these 2 to 3 to 4 staff members that might make it in to the budget, we would still try to train them, and then they would turnkey it and use their strategies with students that they're working with who are in need of intervention. So, we would still attempt to do the work that we propose in the grant, but we just wouldn't have the same resources or training available that the grant hopefully will give us.
Okay, yeah. Anything else, personnel? Okay, Marianne, you can go to capital, I believe. Okay, so these are our capital requests. The first grouping is district-wide and transportation. And you'll see in this list that there are even some items that have a blank number, like the second one down, solar panels. As you know, Spiesel Architectural Group is doing a review of our roofs and solar panels and seeing what the best way may be to continue that program, and whether it's something that we budget for or whether it's something we can go the PPA route, where we can get an outside company to come in and do it for us, and it would be no money down. But of course, the return wouldn't be as great. But so there are different financial implications based on that. So by our next meeting, we'll know more about that as far as solar panels go. But in the first grouping, you see air scrubbers, and that's something that we utilize after school, and we utilize when there's an issue, whether it's mold or with COVID or in the nurse's office. These are things that we talk about, airborne things, and this is some of the equipment that we need to try to combat that. Sidewalk replacement, some board members may remember a lot of these things. Some of these things are things that we try to do every year. We concentrate on the last year for sidewalks. We did a lot at Dow Avenue School. This year, the Wayside has some need. These are all trip hazards. These are things that if we don't correct, that they're going to come back to bite us, and we end up paying more for workers' compensation claims than we would by doing some of the fixes. Buses, we know that the buses have a 15-year life, which is the state law, in which after the 15 years, they have to be retired. And it's another thing that goes on our gov deals, and we try to get as much money as we can. They usually go overseas, or they no longer transport students, but some of them are still usable at that point. But so this is something this year that we have 2 54 passengers up for retirement, and 1 small van. So that's which is about two less than we usually have. So this is a down year for that. So that's a good thing.
Are we not on the Mr. Dietrich 4 buses a year plan anymore?
We have gone back and forth with different schedules, and like technology, we do the same thing. We try to even it out as much as possible, 1 or 2. We don't want to go none in a year and then 8 in the next
Well, that
year.
was the whole point of the 4 buses.
Right, but so this is within reason that we want to keep to this schedule.
You skipped the bus cameras.
Bus cameras. These are our stop arm cameras. We've had some issues with the police department would love for us to upgrade some of these. This is where the cameras we catch a lot of people going through the stop arm when the bus comes to a stop. And that's the little red stop sign that comes out, and of course, all the lights go on, and we still have motorists that'll pass the bus, unfortunately. Now, we can get a lot of them, but depending on the sun, if it's raining, the angle, the size of the car or the truck, not all of the license plates are legible by that system or by that camera. So with the upgraded cameras, we're trying to replace them as much as we can.
Have we talked to the police department about paying for some of this that I
Didn't they
know?
help us last time?
Yes, we've tried this before.
Or how much they've made off of collecting
could
these
certainly-
tickets?
I can certainly try it again.
And Ken,
It's
how
always
long
a
ago was
struggle,
it
Alex.
That we put these in,
Yeah.
these original
It's about
cameras.
4
years?
4, yeah, about
something
4,
like
maybe.
that, yeah.
Not very long.
So Ken, this 20,000 would be how many of the buses?
They're
All-
about 2,500 each, the system. Mhm.
So it brings them revenue, and it's almost like giving them extra cameras around the town. But we've asked them before and they've said no to paying for some of it.
Yes, they've not been responsible for this.
So can we get the revenue from the tickets?
Yes, so I can try again.
Doesn't
Yeah,
seem,
it just doesn't make sense to me that they're
No.
getting the revenues and we have to pay for it all.
I know in years past that the president has reached out to the mayor, whoever at the time, it might be,
And he said no.
I'm sorry,
And he said no.
I think it was gonna be worked
Former
on.
president.
I don't know if we've ever gotten a no, it's always been,
We'll
yeah,
work on it.
Yeah. all right, so.
How about just until we recoup cost?
We've tried that one too.
That's definitely something we can look more at. There's an interim manager there now, so I don't have a real relationship with him yet. But, what's that?
It's probably a perfect time, Alex.
Yeah, all right. So we can certainly try that again. Okay, next is the high school, the varsity stadium, varsity, with the light fixtures, bulbs and poles. This is something that is not urgent, but this is something that this board or the next board over the next couple of years, whether I'm retired or not, but is something that's going to need to be addressed. So, right now we've had a study done. Musco Lighting has come in to look at it. We actually didn't do some upgrades because they were afraid that if they did it, that they would not be able to, as far as bulbs go, with some of the fixtures, that some of them may be too far gone. So it's something that's going to need to be addressed. It's a big ticket item. It's something, in the next year or two, again, we always talk about trying to stagger these things and how long some of these things can last. But this is something on the priority list that maybe after the wireless network and, as the years go, it becomes more and more of a priority. But I want to make sure it's on everyone's
This is also
radar.
something that we've talked in the past about, especially at the stadium, talking to some of the youth clubs about. And maybe if it's something that you're saying has to be done in the next couple of years, and I know I've talked to you about this personally, about even just the angling of the lights that are up there now, that a lot of the, where the goal is on the soccer field or in the end zone, a lot of the lights don't hit it in the proper spot at night, which I know can be addressed. But the other thing is if we know that this is a possible number after complete review, it might be something to talk to the soccer club, the football club, the lacrosse teams about the high school and the youth programs, maybe raising a little bit of the money for it. I know that we've gone to them about the turf before, but that was quite a long time ago. I've been a 10-year member on the football, youth program, and it's not an ask that's been made. And it might just be something to, not for this probably year, but to say, listen, this is something that is coming up that we know with our current revenue is always going to probably be pushed down until it's a must, and it might be something
Until they're
that.
in the dark. I mean, I was
Right.
gonna suggest the exact same thing, and that's what's gonna happen. I mean, I know that the light bulbs are extremely expensive, correct?
Yes, and the
I-
fixtures and
Right.
really the poles
Polls,
or the.
if we do anything, we grandfather into, with the wood poles that we have, to where if we do anything, we gotta upgrade them to the metal?
Yeah, I think we would have to,
Have to
yes.
do it, right?
Yes.
So it's definitely something that if we're thinking about for the next couple of years, like to actually, I know you're getting review, but to get the actual number and kind of throw it out there just to say, here are some things in the next 10 years, because you have this, you have the turf that's gonna come up.
Mhm.
You know, the other stuff's been done, but just to kind of get it on people's minds, because it's worth, you know, the soccer club, I know we always say they gave, you know, they used to give stuff, but
Yeah,
that
but the
hasn't
problem
happened
is
in a
they
long
haven't been
time
able to
either.
have their.
Yeah, it's a tough time for
soccer,
fundraising.
Of course it is, but you know, it's something that.
Hopefully this spring, but that's their main fundraiser and they haven't.
But will our district, can we take advantage of this E-rate funding to offset some big ticket items like this?
E-rate is only technology and only certain things like the wireless, the servers, they qualify for E-rate. Something like this does not. No.
But some of the technology
Technology,
would.
some of it does. I think there was an asterisk next to the things that qualified for E-rate funding.
Are there other items on here that might qualify for that funding?
No, they're the only ones. No capital, there aren't any
No
capital
capital.
items. It's all technology.
Just technology.
And it's a specific to the classroom type of funding.
So maybe we could take some of that money.
Well, that money is already reduced those numbers that we said are high,
Can we
expensive.
do it in pieces?
Yeah,
Can
can we
do
bank,
some of the lights, or does it have to be all done at once?
I need to
Can we
have
do
them
it
do
in stages?
they did a cursory review because I asked and they did address some of the angling and some of the dark spots that what they could, but they couldn't do what they normally did because this was before the season and they did not want to do something that they wouldn't be able to fix. So they now need, once we go into spring, need to have them back and do a more comprehensive review of where it is and what they think we would need to replace up there.
Okay.
Do we have the ability to bank, right, like put some money in the budget this year, next year, and the year after, whatever number of years, so that it's not such a big hit every year, and then in the third year it can finally be funded?
Yes, and that's what our main, if you remember, our capital
But so,
reserve.
I mean, for something like this.
Yeah, so capital reserve, and we've been putting some of that away because we had the plan for the really turf field replacement.
Right.
We knew that was coming, so we'll have to look at that capital reserve and see if we can start adding some for this
would
too.
qualify.
Yep.
Okay. And this wouldn't address, oh, I see the parking lots down here later. Would this, are we talking also about parking lot lighting too? And when you're talking
No,
about.
that's not lighting, that's
the
asphalt.
surface?
Yeah, and we're working on that number right now, so I don't have that number in there.
We
But,
added lighting, no? Didn't we add some lighting?
It's very dark.
It's garbage.
Which lot are you talking about? In the front or in the student lot or yeah. We did add some on the roof, I think for games, we turned that on. So when people are walking out, there's more lighting. Okay. All right, now, you see the $8,000 one, that is to note that is for materials only. So some of the things you'll see under the high school and the intermediate school are our staff, our plumber, electrician, carpenter. That's for our staff doing that work during the summer, and they do a great job. And they save us, a good amount of money doing it ourselves. But of course, there's a limit as to how much that they can accomplish, just based on time, what time they have, and other duties that they have also over the summer.
Are we cutting the child development and food classes?
We have concerns about staffing for those programs.
Okay.
So it is possible, yes.
That was probably the question I was going to ask about foods and child development. Yeah, so you're unsure about those electives?
Correct,
Because of interest or because of staffing?
because of staffing.
So basically you can't find people to teach those classes anymore?
They're difficult. Not many people have those certifications. So it's hard to
We might
This
be,
is really a
right.
personnel issue that we, that,
Right,
Was that Kelly?
yeah, there's personnel implications. We should.
okay.
Okay, next is Dow Avenue. And you see, again, we talked about sidewalk replacement, asbestos abatement is again something that we do every year. We have some rooms at Dow Avenue which are up next. And there's no issue with it. This is all encapsulated, but we like to every year to abate some asbestos classrooms. That there's no problems with those classrooms, but it's just something that if we do a little bit each year, maybe in about 40, 50 years, all the asbestos will be gone from the district. But that's something we like to do.
Then there'll be something else you have to
No longer a
abate.
Superfund site.
Exactly. And then you'll see a bunch of next, you'll see some of my notes. I'm not sure if that, yeah, it is on there. Some of my notes regarding some of the investigation we're doing. You see some of the preschool expansion, both for bathrooms, some of what we're doing for next year at some of the different schools, at the elementary schools. And you also see playgrounds will be repeated at all the elementaries. So those are things that we're looking at right now. As you know, we receive PEA funds. So we're seeing how much of that we can utilize for these items and what would need to come out of the local budget. So again, that's something that we're working on and that we'll be able to adjust these numbers accordingly, in the near future. Also, there was a vision screening machine. There was a larger item at the nurse's office. And then digital marquee, you'll also see that at each of the elementary schools also. As you know, we at our intermediate school and high school, we have the digital signs. And that's something that the elementary principals have asked if that's something that we'll be able to do for next year.
Ken, I have a
Ken,
question.
is that something that we could look, I know, didn't we partner with the PTA for playground equipment or something? Is that, like a digital marquee seems something that might be up the PTA's alley?
Yeah, I think either one of them could be something that we could try. I know we've already, usually with playgrounds, we do ask the PTAs. I know Wayside has already asked and thinks that they can get a contribution, and then we have to do the same at the other schools. How much right now, we're not sure, but we're hoping that we can do that. They're also, for the grants out there too, that, we're working through this now, and actually I hope that I have it to the board, maybe even for the regular meeting, is the intermediate school playground. We had received, $20,000 donation from Camp David, the $50,000 donation from Robert Wood, and they've promised another $50,000. We haven't received that yet, but so we that was monies that we've got, and the $8,000 shade grant that we applied for also, that hasn't come through yet either. So those are monies that we were able to put towards the intermediate school playground, and we can try to do something similar. But of course, the local budget is going to need to carry a large amount of the expense.
Ms. Hayes?
Yeah, Ken, I mean, this may seem like a silly question, but desperate times call for desperate measures or creative measures. Have we looked at, private enterprise, maybe donating some of these things? A vision screener for the nurse's office, $3,000. Like, is that something we could see if there's a local optometrist office that would like to sponsor one, or sponsor a new bathroom, or like what are some of the creative things that we can do or have looked at?
We actually had that conversation in length back in, when was that? Do you remember? We had that, and then Joe threw the folder at me.
Yes, we do have a sponsorship program. We've gone through this before, and I have the folders as Jeff is alluding to, where we for someone that would like to sponsor something, we would put their name on a certain amount of district publications. If they wanted to sponsor, football uniforms or a vision screener or whatever it may
Or a
be,
new bathroom
or
or
a new band,
lighting.
we're always open to that. It's just the amount of recognition and how and what they would,
But who
they
solicits
would
that?
want.
Well, I think the bigger challenge is that most of the people who've sponsored us are smaller organizations, right? It's not like we got Verizon to make us the Verizon football field and spend $100,000 on it, right? It's been
Naming rights for the
mostly,
stadium?
what?
No,
What?
the naming rights for the stadium.
That's what we're talking about. Yeah, putting the naming rights for the stadium. Yeah, so most of it has been through just local doctors' offices, law firms, car
Dentist office,
dealerships,
We
right?
have people that do bus advertising,
Yeah.
although that's really
But
dropped
who would
off
do some of
also.
these bigger, who would solicit some of these? Like,
I think Alex.
Are you
is not-
volunteering?
No, I think Alex, you're in
mean,
charge.
I
Let's get her the folder.
decent
I can
at
send you the
the
sponsorship
fundraising?
information.
I would appreciate that, because some of these things to me, like, yeah, fundraising is hard, but if they, it's a different kind of fundraiser. If somebody donates us money and then they have naming rights. I don't know.
Yeah, inevitably, it's a balance because
Mhm.
many of these companies would want to have access to students or staff and
Right.
then the emails and addresses and solicitations. And so it needs to be, tightly organized and
I'm aware.
so it's not always what the people who are going to put up money would like. So it's certainly a balance, but I can send you what, the program we have and we can talk more about it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, where are we? Intermediate school, I believe. Some more in-house things as far as ceiling tile replacement. That school's come a long way with some of the work that's been done over there. A guidance suite, a child study team suite that the principal's looking to move around and reconfigure some offices, so we'll be able to do that over the summer. Wanamassa, again, you'll see the same preschool marquee and playground equipment. And then Wayside, the same. And that's it. Really, relatively, it's not as bad. So we have some things going for us as far as budget requests. You heard the auditors talk about prescription. We're doing well on our prescription account. We're doing well with our surplus. So we're doing well in some areas, and you've heard Dr. Stavankwitz talk about the over $500,000 in state aid that we're losing. So on the revenue side, we have some uncertainty. So we'll see really with the budget addressed by the governor will really tell us a lot more and where along that priority line that we'll be able to fall, of course, with the board's decision as to cap or under cap or where you would like to go as far as the impact to the taxpayers. So those are all the things that will be going into it. So we'll keep going on this. And we do have one large request on the educational, capital side, and that's a social studies program. So we do plan on having a presentation
March 2nd.
March 2nd on that. That's over $200,000. So that's something that, of course, anything that large, we would bring in the supervisors, the administrators that are looking to implement that and have a presentation for the board. So that'll happen on March 2nd. And we'll have more information by then. Any questions on budget?
Ken, has the idea of expansion of the Wayside parking lot just fallen off the consideration? I mean, it's like frightfully inadequate for the number of vehicles that are there. There are cars parked like 4 or 5 rows deep into the field regularly.
I mean, right now, I was over there.
During events.
Well, now every day. The pickup.
Oh, for pickup, okay.
Yeah, I think the issue is more drop off and pickup. It's not parking. What's happened is with the pandemic, and I think is more people are driving
Yes.
their students to school. So, last week, I believe, Maria, the supervisor of transportation, Mrs. Play and I were out there in the morning because it does back up onto the street and it becomes an issue. So we're trying to see if there are other tweaks that we can do. But I don't know that enlarging the parking lot.
We've talked about that in the past.
Oh, yeah,
because-
well, absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just talking about the issues
Oh,
now.
for drop off
It's
now.
more for
not
drop off
just-
and pick up and whether that would do anything or not. But I can double check on.
But it could make a bigger loop for you. But I mean more
Yeah.
for, right now, I mean, you're fully utilizing that field for parking. And then, so that's for drop off and for pickup now. But once we return to normal times, it's, anytime you have conferences, open house, any event, anything and going on at the school, the field is regularly used as
Right.
as parking. And if you don't have a truck, you're gonna get stuck a lot of the time because wayside is wet.
Yeah, and hopefully it doesn't rain the night before or something because that
Exactly.
makes it a real mess. Okay, I'll add that and to
Add
take
that
a look
to
at.
Alex, that's one of your things.
Her spot. Yeah.
I'm on it. I'm gonna call asphalt companies.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any questions or comments for Mr. General on budget before we move on? Hearing none. We will go to instruction, education, and student activities and Skillman.
Thank you, Mrs. Fuller. We have 3 items for discussion this evening. 9.1, early field practice for the 2020-2021 school year. Move to approve the request of students to fulfill their early field practice hours during the 2020-2021 school year in accordance with the attached memorandum dated February 4th, 2021. 9.2, professional development items for our staff. Move to approve the attached memorandum dated February 4th, 2021. Staff professional development activities in accordance with District Policy 6471 and NJAC 6A:23A-7. The attendance at said activities is fiscally prudent and will promote the delivery of instruction and/or will further the efficient operation of the district. Reimbursement for travel and related expenses shall be according to the Department of the Treasury guidelines and NJOMB Circular 0602 and A-87. 9.3, discussion of the 2021-2022 school calendar for teachers and students. Board of Education Administration will discuss the 2021-2022 school calendar for teachers and students in accordance with the attached copy dated January 2021.
Thank you.
Can I get a second or we have discussion?
Just discussion.
What are we voting on, 9.2 and 9.3?
Yes.
No, I think it's just discussion. Everything's
No,
discussion.
9.2 and 9.3.
9.2 and 9.3.
Yeah.
Is a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion.
Whichever one we're looking at.
Well, yeah, and the orders are different.
Their orders are different,
And
so.
it's, the screen shows
Discussion.
The screen goes 9.1 is the
Unless you
discussion.
just want to approve the game calendar now, just
Yeah,
approve
let's
it.
just approve that.
It's up to the board if you want.
just to make sure you're recording the
Oh, I
votes,
see.
right?
Reading off of
I'm
that.
reading off of this.
Got it.
So the motion would be for early field practice and professional development items.
Right.
I'll second those.
We already had it.
Already got it.
Yes, Jeff already
got
did.
that
I'm
second.
sorry, I didn't hear you, Jeff.
We're gonna have discussion on any of the
No.
items.
We're good.
We're good. Do you want to call the roll, Mr. General?
Okay, so this is 9.2 and 9.3, right? Okay, Ms. Beal,
Yes.
Ms. Gilman,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Ms. McGovern,
Yes.
Ms. Paralamas?
Yes.
Ms. Torello,
Yes.
Mr. Weinstein?
9.2, I'm going to recuse myself from my affiliation with Monmouth University, and I will say yes to 9.3.
And Ms. Fuller.
Yes.
Okay, the motion's carried.
And then we brought put the calendar back up for discussion since some people had trouble pulling it up last week and we weren't able to screen share it. So we added it back to the agenda. There it is. Thank you, Ms. Conway. For any discussion on the calendar, Dr. Spankless.
Yeah, I mean, no new discussion. I think it was primarily just because people, we had a hard time pulling it up, but just, a reminder that with the holidays in September, that we wouldn't be starting students till the 9th and staff professional development prior to Labor Day. The rest of the calendar is pretty standard for the remainder of the year. We do anticipate, hopefully, that we are talking about a in-school 5-day-a-week full-time schedule. That is our goal. Funny that has to be a goal, but.
Any questions or comments on the calendar from the board? No.
I was wondering, could we move that to a vote, or do you still have to let it rest for next?
We usually do it at the regular meeting. I mean.
Okay. Only because we didn't do it last meeting and
Right.
we didn't discuss it, so.
I don't think it needs to be done right away.
No, I mean.
Okay,
it's-
good. I didn't know if you felt you needed it.
Yeah, it's a week. I mean, it's, I think if people, people do wait for it because,
People want to plan.
people want to plan, however, you don't really know how to plan these days compared to previous years, so.
Yeah, we're all
in favor. So you're good. You're good.
All right.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Making plans.
Personnel, Ms. Parlamas.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move items 10.1 through 10.7. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ken?
Mrs. Beal,
Yes.
Mrs. Gilman,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Ms. McGovern,
Yes.
Ms. Paralamas,
Yes.
Ms. Tortorella,
Yes.
Mr. Weinstein,
Yes.
and Ms. Fuller.
Yes.
Okay, the motion's carried.
Thank you, Ms. Parlamas. I'm actually going to, if everyone will indulge, just go slightly out of order, skip policy for a moment and go to public relations. I think Ms. Burke, a new member of the district team, is on. I see her. Yes, she's on. So maybe if we just want to have a chance to talk to Ms. Burke, and then we could do the
Resolution.
also do the resolution as well. But Dr. Spankwitz?
Sure. So we discussed last week about having Fran Burke, who is our new community information coordinator, who is starting yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. And Fran, if you're here and you can come on, just want to say hi.
I'm here.
and How are you? Thank you for your patience.
Welcome, Ms. Burke.
Hopefully you're still considering continuing in the position after being on for the last 36 hours of the board meeting. So
Yes.
we do thank you for that.
First
But
day, she's in overtime already.
already in overtime. Yeah, don't put that in. We'll take some hours off next week. We'll be fine. But Fran and I did meet yesterday to start talking about some of our initial goals and things that we're going to be working on our social media platforms, getting Fran on board with unifying and creating maintaining our existing accounts and then creating other platform accounts for us to sort of bring everything together. Just talking overall philosophy, but I know the board wanted an opportunity to kind of share some thoughts with Fran. And also Fran will be attending the meetings to see, how things are going and doing what items are on the public's mind and what's on the board's mind. So they usually don't go this late, Fran, but we as we get into budget season a little bit more, but thought this could be an opportunity for the board to share sort of its vision or desire with Fran.
Thank you, Dr. Spinkwitz. Fran, welcome.
Thank you.
So happy to have you here. I think Dr. Spinkwitz and others will attest that this has been something I've been slightly obsessed with, creating this position, bringing someone on board. So we are certainly happy to have you here. And, it's remained, in all seriousness, it's been a consistent board priority to increase communication with the community. And I think, this role and you being here is going to help facilitate that greatly. So we're really thrilled to have you here. I'll open it up to the board for, questions or comments to Ms. Burke.
Just want to say welcome.
Thank
We're
you.
very happy to have you. Long overdue.
Fran,
Great.
Natalie,
I hope-
welcome. Fran and I worked together on.
You can mute yourself. You don't have to be unmuted.
Oh, sorry. Fran and I worked together on the Wayside PTA. Two things that I would like to see happen. One, text alert system for parents. Rather, I mean, in addition to the phone is fine, but I think a text is more with 2021. And I think that social media, particularly Facebook, becomes a runaway train with misinformation. And I'd love to find a way that we can tackle that and ensure that accurate information is getting out there as opposed to misinformation.
Okay.
Mhm.
I have both of those written down, and I know Dr. Stefankowitz and I have talked about a couple of those things. So it's definitely something that's on the list here.
Awesome. I'm happy to have you, Fran.
Thanks, Natalie.
Hey, friend, this is Jeff Weinstein. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good. Thanks for taking the job. I think the thing that probably just as a board we've always been talking about is just work at sharpening our ability to be proactive, and the other part is that when we have to be reactive, how to make sure we're thinking about all the different angles and ramifications to be reactive. And so I think Jim's been our superintendent / communications manager. So I think it's great that you're going to be taking this on so we can have that good kind of balance in this. So as you kind of going forward, at some point, we'll probably see some kind of proactive plan and love to hear your thoughts about that.
Sure, great. Thank you.
Hi, Fran. It's Alex.
Hi, how are you?
So excited we'll have somebody dedicated to doing PRs. Haven't seen you since the PTA president meetings.
Yes.
So it's so
Good times.
So cool. We'll have you back.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Ms. Burke. We all look forward to having you on board very much, and we hope, to be a resource for you as well.
Yes, I'm very excited. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. Appreciate it. And I don't know, we can ask the remaining, folks on board if there's any incredible revelations going to be made for the remainder. So you're very welcome to hang in, or you could get a jump on tomorrow's press releases, one or the other. Your
Okay.
call.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Ms. Burke.
Bye.
And while we are with public relations, Ms. Hayes, if you can jump in for 12.2, our resolution.
Okay, so I just basically read it, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay. 12.2 COVID vaccination priority resolution. A resolution requesting Governor Murphy to include public school district personnel in the official expert vaccine allotment panel's definition of frontline workers. Whereas the Township of Ocean Board of Education recognizes that the United States, the state of New Jersey, and local health authorities, as well as the World Health Organization, have declared a public health emergency regarding the coronavirus or COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the federal and state authorities have put in place guidance detailing the precautionary measures schools must implement to stop its spread of this disease, and whereas public schools have a profound impact on millions of students, families, and staff, and are charged with the care, education, nourishment of their students, and are an integral part of the health and safety of our communities. And whereas our district has responded to the challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, providing students and staff members with the technology and resources necessary to ensure efficient delivery of instruction virtually and in person. And whereas the board has a substantial public interest in protecting the health and safety of its students, staff, and community, and ensuring that the district can provide students and staff with a safe and effective educational environment that supports student achievement. And whereas the board recognizes that this health emergency made it necessary to close schools and reinvent the educational programs in a virtual setting, and that this may have an adverse impact on student achievement and the emotional and social well-being of students. And whereas the COVID-19 vaccination plan published by the State of New Jersey Department of Health, December 15th, 2020, pages 36 through 37, prioritizes the availability of vaccines to, quote, essential workers, end quote, in phase 1B of the vaccine protocol. And whereas school district staff at all levels are essential to the day-to-day operations of this district, responsible for the thorough and efficient education of all students and their social and emotional well-being, are critical for virtual and in-class instruction and are essential workers. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Township of Ocean Board of Education finds a substantial public purpose exists to request that Governor Murphy give appropriate priority in the statewide administration of the COVID-19 vaccine to all public school district personnel. COVID-19 vaccination plan published by the state of New Jersey, DOH, see that HTTPS, resolved that a copy of this resolution shall be forwarded to the member of the 11th Legislative District Delegation, Assembly Speaker Craig Coughlin, Senate President Stephen Sweeney, Governor Phil Murphy, and to the New Jersey School Boards Association.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Thank you, Ms. Hayes.
Second.
I think we have this is on for discussion, or can we move it tonight as well?
We can move it if you would
Do it.
like, but no, I mean, the normal procedure is discussion and then, but as long as
I think
everybody's
there's
in
a
favor.
urgency.
Do it.
Is there any discussion,
No.
I'm fine with moving it, but is there any discussion before we move it? Alex, do you want to introduce a motion?
I'd like to introduce a motion to move 12.2.
Second.
Mr. McGovern, second. Okay.
Good job, Amy.
Mrs. Beal,
Yes.
Mrs. Gilman,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Ms. McGovern,
Yes.
Ms. Paralamas?
Yes.
Ms. Tortorella?
Yes.
Mr. Weinstein?
Yes.
Ms. Fuller?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes.
Welcome.
All right, and now backing up. 11.1, presentation of policies and regulations. And I'll hand this over to Mr. Janarum, but just for some context, we are doing the inventory, what's the word?
Audit.
Review,
thank
audit,
you.
review.
Audit and review of existing policies. These are items that have been flagged by Strauss Esme that there are changes because of change in law, regulation, otherwise, that they are pushing out to us that we should look at. So we can talk about how we want to handle those. I'll turn it over to Mr. Jenner and Mr. Weinstein to talk about that. How we want to fold that part of it when we get things that are getting pushed to us to run in parallel to the audit process of our policies as well.
And just to clarify, these remaining policies were, if you remember, we approved policies in December and then January. This is the last piece of those. You remember Sandy Nicastro talked about alerts that come out where they alert us that there are policies that need to be changed. So this is kind of, we had started on that. So that's why I put these on. And I know Mr. Weinstein can address it, but just so everybody's clear, this is part of those past policy alerts from December and January. This would complete those alerts. So this is nothing from the audit, the review, that this is all has to do with the alerts that we had started and that I thought maybe we'd finish, but it's up to the board.
Yes. Let me just give a little context here on this. So there's a challenge we have as a board and just some natural instincts, right, that we have as individuals, is that when it comes to these policies, and if it comes to us, first Sandy and her team review it and make us alerted to it, and then Ken and Jim look at it and give it to somebody in the internal staff that also looks at it that's appropriate. So some of the things related to medication were looked at by the nurses. Maybe a school principal looks at something at the elementary level. And so by the time it gets to us, it's been vetted by the professionals that know the law, right, and know the policies that we're supposed to live by based on the letter of the law. And the other is based on the people at the schools to know what's implementable and how to kind of view that, right? So I read all of them, and I had some communication with my committee colleagues of Irene and Grace Ann, and we didn't really expect these to be on, right? So that was, it was it wasn't the process we thought we were gonna go through. But saying that, when it does get to us, I believe that it's gone and vetted through a number of steps here. So we have to be careful that we're doing the jobs of other people as well, right? Because we have these, people we're paying as professionals to do work and our own staff to do this work, right? So we just want to make sure we have that proper balance. So we have to really think about what this process is on how we're kind of going forward at reviewing these. So saying that, okay, I'm sure people have read these policies. I looked at them and I believe Irene looked at them as well. I didn't get anything from Grace Ann, and I don't believe you did either. Is that right, Irene?
That I what?
We didn't get any notes from her on any of these,
I
right?
did, not from, no, I didn't get notes.
Yeah,
from
right.
Roseanne. No,
Okay.
but I took notes.
Right. So,
I thought we might make a motion to table these for now until we could meet as a committee and talk about them, even though they've already been vetted through several people. Otherwise, why have the committee?
right.
If we're not going to personalize these regulations and policies to our district, if you're saying they've already been vetted through these professionals and lawmakers, by the time they get to us, then why have the committee? Because there are several that I wanted to address, and I don't think we should do that without meeting as a committee first. So I'd like to make the motion to table these regulations until we have a chance to talk about them as a committee.
Right.
Now, they're just up for discussion, so we don't even need to formally
Yeah.
table
Yeah.
them. They just wouldn't go on the agenda for next week for a
But
second reading.
these are also things that you can go back to as a committee, but we might just have to get within line of the law with what's been presented to us, right? Or no?
It's an option, sure.
Well, I mean, one thing to remember too is a policy that is a mandated policy is usually driven by law.
That's
And there isn't a lot of wiggle room within that. So, all the ones that say have the little M next to it, those are ones that there really isn't a lot of interpretation. It is what it is in most cases. The other ones like teaching about religion or the school year or school closings, whether we do that policy tonight, if it snows tomorrow, I will make the necessary call and not worry whether we have a new policy in place or not to cover it.
I guess I more mean like the mandated ones that, not tonight because they're up for discussion, but the mandated ones, even if there was something to any of the things that you wanted to change, you can always open them back up. But if we have to get in compliance, then we can get in compliance and then they still can be opened
I'm
back
not
up. by the
talking
committee.
about compliance, I'm talking about maybe enhancing something. I know that they're mandated, but for example, the one about posting sexually explicit photos on the internet. We've had several incidents at the intermediate level. And so according to the state mandate, they suggest having a presentation done once in the middle school. I'd like to see us step it up a little and make it mandatory.
But
for-
I would say that instead of that being a policy written here, that maybe that's something that's discussed with the school principal and to ask, or that instructional group, and ask them if they put in their own strategy on how they want to do it.
I mean, if you,
I mean, I don't know if that's the
If
answer,
you look
but-
at that list of things that have to be, if you look at that health and physical education policy, I mean, there are so many things that, that our health and physical education teachers have to teach now. I would recommend not, I don't disagree that that should be reinforced multiple times for kids. I completely understand that. I don't know that that's something we should put and mandate in policy. I think that's something we can look at in curriculum. I think that's something we, assembly programs, things like that. I think in policy, it would be better to leave it as the state law allows and give us as a district the discretion to go beyond that without it being in policy. knowing that the policy is going to ensure that we do what the law requires, but we always have the discretion at the local level, at the building level, what have you, to take that beyond what the policy calls for. That would be our suggestion, to do it that way.
Well, that's a good idea. Certainly instructional or
Right,
curriculum.
agreed.
But what you're saying is also a great idea of having it discussed, to say, like, those are the kinds of things that we want to have discussed. Like, that's important. That's very important,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, well, just on my own, so we're discussing it, right? So this is not, so just on my own thing, the thing that I saw, the only addition thing I was looking at was on the suspension and the expulsion items. There was no requirement to contact a parent or guardian. That was the only thing that I saw in those documents that seemed like it was material enough that I wanted to bring it up.
Realize that no one is getting suspended or expelled from school without there being a contact with a parent. That absolutely happens every single solitary time there is any suspension,
So just on that topic, so just on that topic, there's an interesting thing here. How do we distinguish between the things that should be in a policy versus shouldn't be in policy? Because just let me just say why I pointed that out. Because when I read it, it listed everybody and their uncle except their parent or guardian. Right? So that's why I was injecting it.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, perhaps when through the audit process as to why something like that would be negated. I don't know. And honestly, to add that, I don't know that that's a big deal or not, because it happens, no child, no parent wakes up in the morning and says to their child, why are you still here? Like, they know a child's been suspended. That is without question something that happens. So, I think that's a great question for Strauss Esme to say, why wouldn't something like that be included? But there's also, there's policy and then there's procedure that happens in the school handbooks and how things happen,
Yeah.
So, certainly we know that happens, and why it's not listed in there, I don't know the answer to that.
Well, and yes, there are some things though, because we've talked about this before, just because they're practiced right now, but the current administration, you don't want to assume that the next administration will carry that forward unless it is something that is required, and some of those things will matter more than others.
Yeah, that's something, in that example, I can't imagine that wouldn't be carried on, but certainly that's a very fair point for other types of things that, that we've talked about and different, I've never seen a situation where someone who was being suspended didn't have a parent contact.
Understood.
Ever.
If there are others listed, and,
Right.
Why not? Ms. Hayes?
Sure.
No, it just sounds like there's hesitancy about being specific, and I'm with Janice on, if I interpreted her correctly, there's little interpretation if it's specific, room for interpretation if it's specific, but if we make it broad and something happens down the line, us or somebody else could say, well, you didn't specifically put it in there that way. You said will instead of shall or may. I think that's why policies give you some accountability.
Well, once again, I think I've always been of the mind that policies are meant to be somewhat broad, because you want to have some form of interpretation. You want to be able to have some flexibility in dealing with certain situations rather than it being so very strict. This is probably a bad example, because I don't see any reason why that language couldn't be in there and shouldn't be in there, because it happens, and it's, I don't think that's an issue at all, really. But I think like to Irene's example, I think is a better example. I think it's better to leave it more broad and address it at the local level if you want to go beyond the policy rather than mandate that. And then you find yourself in a situation where you may not be able, because of all the other curriculum requirements that are there, to do that successfully every single solitary year. And then what if it doesn't happen? And then,
But so those are places where the language could be at least one time. right? Rather than saying it must be 2, right? Or something
Yeah,
like that, to give the
right.
flexibility that it sets a minimum, not a mandatory.
Right, but like in that instance, that policy has been given to Ms. Weldon, that policy has been given to the supervisor of health and physical education. If it, in their recommendation, if that language suffices for the things that we need to do, then that would be the recommendation for the board to, to follow that recommendation. And that's what we do, that's what we work to do across the board. So, I think that any of some of these changes are certainly reasonable that we can put in there. I just think we have to be very careful about mandated policies and certain policies. I think, as Mr. Weinstein said, that at the building level where these things are being carried out and followed through every single day,
Right.
that these changes are things that the people doing the job actually believe in, agree with, and can actually make happen.
So Ken, what do you suggest?
I guess the question is whether you want to finish up this group that we started in December and January, or do you want to and do the review and audit through the committee, or do you want to push these to the committee with the review? So I guess it's either way.
Are you saying that we were going to vote on these next week? Is that would be the normal process?
The normal process is we would hear your input. There was one good suggestion so far I've heard that we could add that to the language, and then that would go to the second reading and it would be approved unless there are other
I guess
comments or.
There's typos in some of these. Do we care about those, or is that something for another?
Sure, no, this is, remember, the process is the same. It's whether the full board reviews it and has discussion and adds things, or you have a committee do it. And again, I know I've said this ad nauseam.
So correct me if I'm wrong, and you guys could tell me if I'm wrong, because I've been wrong before. Is the expectation that when these things come out, you would like myself, Irene, and Grace Ann to come here and have our discussion, say, here's what we're thinking.
Yeah.
Is that the expectation that you
That's
have?
what the other committees do, Jeff.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm just asking.
That's what I thought, I thought that was gonna be with the audit and with the policies when you were going through them broadly.
Yeah.
But I guess I thought when mandates came from, this was just what I was thinking, when mandates came from Strauss-Esme of changes in law, of changes of things
They would
like
just
that,
kind of come.
that those would kind of come to the full board, but that the audit and the actual going through policies to, as Irene said, to maybe if there were some that you wanted to make more individualized, that was more committee work.
The committee is usually constructed for a specific purpose.
Right.
Again, we're board of the whole. We review the audit, we review the budget. That's why we have 3 meetings a month. Other districts have 1 meeting a month, have committees, they do minutes, and it's a different format. So I just want to be careful that we don't go down that slope where we're doing both.
Right.
Because then we're having workshop meetings with the full board and talking about policy and having a committee. So, for a review, for the audit, a committee is absolutely the way we should do it. But not that you need to decide this now, but long-term, if you're going to have a policy committee and have workshop meetings, you're kind of doing both.
Right.
So that's something for the board to think about.
Well, I like what you're saying. I like what you're saying, that like, yes, for the audit, it's a specific task of specifically going through all the policies, which is how this was created, because there were, Irene and Grace Ann, Alex, Jeff, were thinking that that needed to happen. But so you're saying we shouldn't do the mandated ones here as a board as a whole?
No, I think Ken is saying
They say we should.
The audit and everything should go to
They're
the-
on there for a
Right.
reason.
Just like the finance committee, really, we met to review fees for fields. It was a specific purpose.
Right.
And we reviewed the fees, made the recommendation, and then we don't meet, everything else comes to the full board, like budget tonight, like audit last time. That's all, could be finance committee type
That's what I
things, but
expected.
we do it as a board of the whole. That's what these workshop meetings are for, to do these things.
That makes sense. You don't want to do the work twice. No.
Right.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
But for the review, so, for this,
And-
we could package these into that, and then going, in the future, it would just come to the full board, or, so I think for this, we could go either way.
And just as a reminder, there have been times when, even when specialized committees have been formed, the idea is to bring that recommendation back to the full board, and the full board would basically, not that there couldn't be questions or what have you, but I think the idea would be that that committee is doing the work for the full board. When what was happening was those committees were coming back, and the full board would want to basically just dissect everything as if that committee didn't do what it was doing. And so it really was, why are we doing this little committee when the full board wants all the information and wants to act like a board as a whole? So I think that's,
Well, that's kind of what I was asking. What's the committee for? Is it a one-time deal to go through the audit?
Well, I think,
we're going to be
my
discussing-
understanding, my how I was interpreting it was that there was there was concern about the fact that some of our policies seemed to be very outdated and old, and that there was, through the audit, there would be a need to bring some of those policies back up to, a more modern language,
That's right.
or if there was even a need, based on, a quorum is still a quorum, just as an example. And that's that's 30 years old. But for some of these policies that, that just using the health and phys ed, just using some of these things, like these actions are going on in our schools every single solitary day, administering of medications and teaching health and phys ed and student assessment and all, these things are happening. So, I think that these are things that we should do. If there's some, I think this is the process. If there's some suggestions about language, this is a first reading. Let's get those suggestions, and we can look at them. We can consider them administratively to see if they make sense, and if they make sense, great. Like the suggestion Jeff made about suspension, I don't see why that is a problem in any way. I think that we can make those adjustments between now and next week, and make those take those items, consider what people's ideas are, makes the adjustments in consultation with the people who are carrying this stuff out, and go from there and get these done. And then moving forward with the audit, we know what we have to update.
And to Alex's point, when we're talking about grammatical errors, like Rich Long did that for a long time. He would just email Ken and say, in policy this, in paragraph 2, you need a comma or something. I know Ms. Gilman's done that in the past. So
I don't
those
even
are
think that
other
would need
things.
reapproval. I think that could just be fixed.
Well, right, but that's what I was
Right.
gonna say, is those things can be done at any time. But those are other things just to email to Ken that doesn't necessarily have to be discussed, but can just say, Mr. Generone,
Right,
there's
things that
not
are
a
not of
capital A.
substance can just, typographical errors and things like that can just get emailed to Mr. Generone.
Right.
But, the board discussion would be on, matters of substance. So that being said, are there other topics related to these that people want to discuss outside of?
8462, the reporting of abused children, where we have to post information in public spaces. There's no mention in there about it being in languages that parents can, all parents can understand. So I think if we could put in there at a minimum that it should be in Spanish.
We should be able to get that signage, I'm sure, in Spanish. I'm sure we could do that.
Do we want to specify a language, or do we want to leave the language flexible to say?
So I think
languages
something like that, I
reflect
think, the district would provide, this information in other languages where possible, kind of thing, would be the best thing to put in policy, and then we enact it. And
So that as languages fluctuate or get added or to reflect them.
And where was that? That was 8462?
8462, and in the phys ed one, 2422, if I'm reading it correctly, there's a huge typo. It talks about CPR and then it goes into sexual.
Yeah, I think I saw that. The 15 and
Yeah.
16 are weird. I think it probably got screwed up when clerically. There's no language, there's no explanation for 15. It's like the 16 is embedded into 15 as well. We just have to fix that.
I sent little things to Ken and to the committee. But I guess they're almost like grammar or whatever.
Well, I mean, some words, because I remember, the difference between shall and may, that's substance. That's not grammatical.
Right.
Shall and will.
Well, shall and will, there is no difference. It's the same.
Yeah, that's-
Shall and may, there's a big
Yeah,
difference,
right.
or will and may are big differences. So shall and will are the same. But so that's not grammatical, that's substance. Capital A here or whatever is something different. So that should be something that should be discussed. And I don't remember where that was, Alex, but
There are a few of them. I do think there is a lot of shalls in here that I personally think, for accountability's sake and transparency, should be will. But I do trust the committee that if as long as I can email, okay, I read these 20 things, here's what I say, take it or leave it, or here's what I see, I would trust the committee to,
But I think what we're saying, Alex, is for matters like that, where we would be changing a shall
but
to a met.
it's also 11:20.
But those are considered substantive, and those would traditionally be things that, the board as a whole would discuss during these policy conversations. Shall to will or shall to must, that is substantive, and that is turning, it into a mandatory language from a shall type of a language. So that's something that we probably want to discuss.
Sure. And some of the suspension policies, it says people shall be notified as soon as possible. To me, that could be 4 days, that could be 12 hours. I feel like we should have a timeline in there.
Some of this is also, we need to be mindful of, allowing the administrators to administer and the building leadership to do what they are there to do, and to not be overly prescriptive in a way that becomes unrealistic.
Yeah, because in reality, in something like that, if someone has committed an offense that warrants suspension, parent is being notified immediately. It may take a few days for the formal letter to go out to them, but that's always an after the fact thing. We don't wait for a letter to go home to have the suspension go into effect, because that's days later sometimes, and particularly with the way the mail is and all that other stuff. So it's always a verbal thing first, and then it's a follow-up. And sometimes some administrators, they may just, okay, I send all these out on a Friday, or I send all these out, whatever it may be. So I don't know that I would want to put an absolute, I agree that it should go out, but there should be absolute go out, and there should certainly there will be verbal notification without question. I don't know that I'd want to put an exact time limit on that.
Well, but that's the thing. Who's writing these policies, administrators or the Board of Ed? Obviously we're going to have differences of opinion when in these topics. So,
right. But once again, it's not the Board of Ed who's carrying them out. So, if it's, we have to respect, what the administrators think to that. I mean, and that's the other thing I would say, and I realize we've talked about some issues related to sending out letters, so I understand that. Believe me, that's not lost in what I'm saying here. But in terms of suspension, I know without question that's not a problem. And so that's in some of these instances, it's not. Do we have to go? If we see something broken, let's fix it and let's address it. If it's not broken, then I don't know that we need to spend a lot of time on something that isn't broken. I mean, if there's certain language that makes more sense, sure. But if it's language that ties the hand of our administrators on the ground.
I don't think what I'm asking is doing that. And I don't think if something's not broken, it doesn't mean it can't be improved or fixed, though.
Well, that's of course. But, once again, we're talking about, in this instance, if a child is being suspended, the parent knows about it before it happens. More often than not, the parent is coming to pick up the child.
The case.
I'm sorry?
I don't think that's 100% the case.
There's no conceivable way that a child is suspended without their parent knowing about it. It doesn't happen.
Okay.
If you have specific examples, Ms. Hayes, I'd ask that you bring them to the attention of the superintendent rather than alluding to things. And I don't think it'd be appropriate to do it in public session, But if you have
Yeah.
specific examples of that policy not being followed, you should bring that to the attention of the superintendent. But please don't allude to things in public session that you can't elaborate on.
I'm not alluding to, I can't imagine that there is not a parent that doesn't know in any district that a kid has been suspended. So I think not putting language in there that says you must tell the parent as well, that to me is just common sense. Like why are we arguing about putting in language about?
Yeah, no,
you
I
have to tell
I had
the
said
parent?
that makes complete sense. I agree. I'm talking more about, putting the
timeframe.
time frame on when a letter goes out in that instance. That's more what I was talking about. I agree with you. We inform parents, so putting that in policy I agree with you. It makes absolutely no sense for it not to be in there, to just say parents will be informed. Of course they will be.
Right, we were talking about the time frame.
Right.
Any other members of the board?
So just so I'm clear, what is the purpose of the committee? Audit only?
Go through the audit process with Strauss Esme, review those policies that they flag, and then present them to the board.
But I think also, from that point too, if there are other policies that have been updated more recently, but that Strauss Esme doesn't necessarily flag, but that the committee thinks are outdated or have found language, et cetera, we can go from there. But I think the first step is the audit and seeing where that takes us, because I think that could be a pretty significant project in itself. That's, I don't think this is that's going to be a one meeting project for the committee. I think.
Yeah,
it's going to be pretty significant.
I think it's probably the first thing is probably just to make sure we're just on the same page of where we're at with policies. And then kind of see how we want it to evolve. It's probably something like that without doing it in a way that doesn't give board members the ability to comment and ask and discuss it. And also in a way that doesn't put the brakes on how to run the school, how to run the district, right? That's probably the thing we don't want to do.
Have any idea when Sandy's gonna have her?
She said the third or fourth week in
By the end of the month,
yeah,
right?
by the end of the month.
Yeah, I
By
had
the end of
forwarded her
February.
By the end of
the
February. Yeah.
comments that you guys had, I forward to her, so she saw them
Yeah.
on the bylaws. So,
Yeah.
she said,
Right.
so I guess.
And
with-
minor change to the mandated ones, because I do agree about adding the parent or guardian. I think it's 5610.
Good catch, right, kid.
6:10.
Hold on, let me scroll to the top on mine.
And the
Yeah,
suspension one.
5610. That's something that I would like to see in there personally. And the time frame, if a fair proposal was presented, I'd be open to hearing it, but at minimum, inserting parent or guardian to that one would be my request.
Thank you, Ms. Field. Anything else from the group? All right. Thank you, Mr. Weinstein.
So are these going to next meeting or no?
Yes.
That was my motion.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
we talk about it more next meeting.
Well, I think what we're saying is for next meeting. Now, if there's other discussion topics about it, then we should have those. But I guess Ken's telling us that we had to pass at this in previous meetings, right? Some
Not
of them-
these.
Not these particular?
policies,
No,
No.
these are just like the
But-
last
But
chunk
these were
of
part
Part
the.
of that.
These were part of that we had already started, and that's why they were on here.
Okay.
So
Hey,
it's
may-
either finish these up or put them back to the committee. It's one or the other. So if we're gonna continue with these, then I would make
But the-
these adjustments we just talked about and put them on the agenda for next week. If they're gonna go to the committee, then I'll take them off and they won't go on next week's.
Might I suggest
agenda.
for these policies, as they are the last chunk of policies that we've been waiting on, that perhaps everyone, the board, could send any thoughts, suggestions to Mr. Weinstein as the chair. Mr. Weinstein, if you'd like to meet with Ken and me, you know.
Yeah,
prior to
discuss
next
any
week
points
to
between now and then, yeah.
incorporate- For us to talk about what is easily incorporated, like the parent guardian in
Yep.
suspension,
Yep.
and other things that we may think we don't need to
Yeah,
do.
we had the
and then-
email from Alex too. It has-
Right, I'm saying, you can gain all
Mhm.
those comments, and then we can put any.
Are you okay with that, Irene?
You know,
All right,
So
with the aim
you're
for these
taking
going
the
on the next
comments that
agenda.
we made this evening, and you're going to meet with Ken and Jim?
And if people have further comments,
Yeah, I mean,
With the aim of getting this done in the
Are
next.
we sending the comments to you or to Jeff?
why don't you
To
send
Jeff.
them to Jeff as the chair, and then Jeff will bring them to us.
Yeah.
And he can weed through, you know, and just, you know, or take out duplicate things, and then be able to bring, you know,
Okay, I think
concise
that's the way to do it.
recommendations to us, and we can go through it. You know, many of these things, some of the things are, you know, I mean, for example, Irene, and like your suggestion, right? Like, to me, this is a mandated policy, that's the law, right? So we should approve that policy as it is. If you have, you know, however, you know, based on what you're saying, then, you know, Kelly's on this meeting, she hears it, I hear it. You know, we can take that to instructional council, we can talk to our supervisor, talk to our principal about ways that we can enhance that further into the curriculum and things like that. That's really the best way, I would think, to go about it.
All right, we have a plan moving forward.
So
Nothing.
so just, I guess if you're gonna get me those comments, it probably needs to be by Thursday, right? So to give us some time to incorporate it, you know, discuss it, incorporate it, and have it ready for the meeting. Right,
All right.
okay, thanks.
All right. All right, that brings us to public comment. The
Old
second of
business
our.
or new business?
Oh, I'm sorry, old business, sorry, jumping ahead. Any old business from the board? Seeing none. Any new business from the board? Seeing none?
I
Okay.
have a question to ask Dr. Stefankowitz, or actually Janice. Can we put on the agenda to discuss the learning loss comments that I emailed to you guys about the status of learning loss in this district and how to address it? Is that possible to put on a public agenda?
Sure. We can do that for the next workshop, I guess, rather than
Right out of
regular.
batteries.
Yes,
Or the one after it? I mean, it doesn't have to be.
but yeah, on an upcoming, if not the next, then the one after.
Mhm.
Anyone else new business? All right, now to public comment, Ms. Conway?
At this time, there's only one public comment, and that would be from Rita Condolian.
Thank you, Ms. Condolian.
Okay, first of all, thank you all, because can't believe what time of night it is. Second, I had a question actually for Mr. Hall, but he is no longer on the meeting, so I'm hoping that maybe Mr. O'Neill has some information he could provide. I was looking at the budget for the technology, and I know that the elementary teachers got new devices. I was wondering when the plan was for middle school and high school teachers to get new devices.
Thank you. I'll defer to Mr. Janarone and Mr. O'Neill is still with us, so, and Ms. Weldon. Ms. Weldon's offering to answer, so
Thank you.
between the three.
The high school teachers just received new devices, so the elementary teachers are next in the rotation, and then there's a year in between, and then the intermediate school teachers are after that.
So it's alternating every other year, so it'd be 2024? No, for the middle school? Sorry.
122, 23, 24.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, Ms. Conway?
No, there are no more commentators, sorry.
All right, hearing none, motion to adjourn the meeting? Second?
Second.
Thank you. Meeting's adjourned.